questions. I'm excited for us to be able to start and for us to have this good conversation. Thank you, everyone. The Good morning, everyone. Right. Good morning, everyone. While there is an invitation to leave, there's also an even warmer invitation to be present. That said, the ambassador to Kenya from South Sudan, we welcome you and we appreciate your presence here. The delegation, the honorable delegation here, and honorable students, good morning. A book, but for a story that had to be told. A story of identity, of roots, of a people whose voices deserve to echo in halls like this one. We are honored to host you at USIU Africa and the School of Humanities, and we appreciate the School of Humanities for hosting this conversation for the official launch of a work born from the heart of South Sudan. My name is Mona Abebe, your co-host for today's program, alongside my colleague who is willing and able and supporting. Let us officially begin. Please rise as we honor the nations represented in this room today. We shall start with the Kenyan national anthem, and then after that we will have the South Sudanese national anthem. Thank you. Please be seated. We now would like to invite the spiritual leader. For those of us who are not religious, I ask that you pardon. But for those who are in fact religious, invite the religious leader to open our hearts and proceedings with prayer. Is the spiritual leader present? The spiritual leader? All right, well, to honor proceedings, I'll ask first to bow with a word of prayer. Or is that will be you? Please, by all means, if you can, please feel free to rise. Thank
you. Amen. Let's pray. Almighty God, we want to thank you for this special moment and this special occasion of today. We pray, oh my God, for your presence to be with us, and even whatever that will take place today, let it be in accordance with your word. And even as the book launch is taking place, let it be richly in our hearts and transform our life. We bless you and we honor you. It is in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
All right. I'd like to take this moment to invite some of the student officiates at USIU Africa. In the audience, we have the International Student Representative of the Student Association Cabinet. This is Nicholas Misou. We ask if you're able to join us and if you're able to share a word.
His Excellency, Ambassador Louis Kohn, Head of Mission, Embassy of South Sudan to Kenya, and also our chief guest, Vice Chancellor Prof. Mwendan Tarangwe in absentia, Deputy Vice Chancellor Dr. Vitor Boyo in absentia, Dr. Hussein Hamamoud, Dean of the School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Prof. Andy Cons Matata, distinguished guests, lovers of books, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. My name is Nicholas Amesue. I'm the International Student Representative in the Student Association Cabinet. A few weeks ago, after I've launched my book, Sarah approached me and informed me that she wants to write a book. And I remember I didn't give a direct answer that it's gonna be an easy journey. I just told her, if you are consistent and if you have the drive to write your story, everything is possible. And today, that reality is here with us. As we celebrate her, let her stories, seed of unity ending tribalism in South Sudan, and beyond the mirage, discovering my true self, challenge us to move from us versus them to us and them mentality. May these books enrich our intellectual diet, inspire us to become active threads in the fabric of life, ambassadors of peace, unity, and justice. May it help us to see one another as brothers and sisters and co-heirs of the same humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me to celebrate Sarah as she launches her book today. Thank you.
Another round of applause. Thank you. I'd like to invite a family representative, Ane Ajo. I'd like to invite, who is not currently present, unfortunately. But I know if the family were to be present, I know there's a moment of absolute pride and joy and celebration for Sarah. I'd like to take this time to invite a representative from SSSAK, the South Sudanese Student Association in Kenya. For context, the South Sudanese Students Association in Kenya stands as a bridge between homeland and host country, preserving identity while building futures. We welcome the representative, Ms. Monica Ariath. Is Ms. Monica in the audience this morning? Miss Monica. Or a representative. Bless.
Thank you so much. Professor Alexi, Dr. Anthony, author Akol Mian Kwal, Madam Grace, and then diplomat Tom, dignitaries, and each and every one of you, good morning. Okay, I'm standing here as the representative from SAC, a student association in Kenya, from South Sudan. My name is Monica Ayombol Madud. I am a student at Kenya Methodist University, and I had come here this morning to come and support my sister, Sarah, and also a comrade at the SPLM. So I won't talk much because I was not actually ready to give a speech. But since I'm called, I have to say something, you know. Our country is a very young country, and it's with young people who are so energetic and talented like Sarah, you know. As a South Sudanese, we love ourselves, and we are always there for each other when we mostly comes out. But inside the country, we have some problems. And I believe that those problems can be solved by each one of us here and by young people like Sarah. We have everything except maybe a seed of unity. And that is the only seed that we need to plant within us and inside our families and wherever the South Sudanese, so that we unite ourselves and do one thing for our country. It's our major role to unite and to love ourselves. Let's stop having issues like the minor conflicts, because once we stop the conflict and hatreds among us, I think South Sudan will be greater than any other country in East Africa. So I urge you as South Sudanese to be there for each other and support ourselves, and let's work on one thing. That is what? Unity. Thank you so much, and I appreciate the time.
I'd like us to warm my co-MC for today with a round of applause. Slightly warmer at the back. We appreciate you. Now, just a reminder, in the case you're not comfortable with being filmed or photographed, we'd ask if you're able to sit around this particular area. This is just a little bit of housekeeping. I'll ask that you pardon us. But if you're not too comfortable being filmed or photographed, please sit within this area. In the case that you are, we can sit in every other area. Thank you, everyone. And please, just one more round, one more applause for my co-MC.
Good morning. My name is John Garang. I'm a South Sudanese and an East African citizen. I'm pleased to stand before you as the MC. And as we proceed, I request to make a clarification as I do it together with recognitions. I would like to clarify that there was an error that happened earlier on. It might have been captured by the media. The Embassy of South Sudan is well represented by our competent lady. She is the education attaché in the Embassy of the Republic of South Sudan, Mary Nyaboin. Another delegate that came from the embassy is a special person within the embassy. Joshua, Tom, Duku. Joshua, we are so pleased to have you today. In this hall, we also have an alumni of this university that is doing a lot, not just for Kenya, not just for East Africa, but also in Sudan and South Sudan. We have the COO of Mountain Paths for Peace. It's a peace organization that is helping a lot of children in Sudan. This organization is represented by Ishaya Kuku Dawood, is the gentleman in white. And in this gathering, we also have a very special guest that did not only contribute in the book, but she also ensured that we are in the hall and everything goes very smoothly. A very competent lady, Madam Grace. Madam Grace, we are so pleased to have you. She is the publisher of this book. We are so honored to have you today with us. At the same juncture, I recognize the presence of our brother, David Ezekiel Sebit. David Ezekiel Sebit is a South Sudanese national and an expert in small, medium enterprise businesses in the private sector in South Sudan. He is here with us. We are so honored to have you, sir. And all the community leaders that have come. We are a unique country that wherever we go, we have a way where we protect our cultures and languages. So in presence of Majak Morabol, we recognize your presence. And we have the chairperson of South Sudanese Students Association at Strathmore University. The gentleman is there with us. And we have our cultures from South Sudan that have come. We are so honored to have you today. At this important juncture, I will call upon Majak Morabol to come and speak on behalf of South Sudan People's Liberation Movement. It's our ruling party, and he is also going to double as the community representative. So Majak, please, you're welcome.
Our education attaché, Madam Mary, and the diplomat that accompany her, Professor Alex, and the school administration. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'm by name Marabol Majak. I'm a South Sudanese by nationality, a citizen of East Africa. I wasn't prepared. I just came to attend for Sarah, but I've been surprised to speak on behalf of SPLM in the absence of Wamor Kong. He's our chairman. The person who is launching the book today is our comrade. He's a deputy secretary general in the SPLM party. And we try to mobilize ourselves to come and support her. That's why I'm part of it today. First, my appreciation goes to those who have been supporting Sarah, and especially the USIU, led by Professor Alec and Grace. Writing books is not easy. It is a journey. And for Sarah to accomplish 2 books, it's very hard. But through you people, you have guided her to make sure he has achieved her goal. I appreciate the entire school administration. Second is to congratulate you, Sarah. The book from primary, I guess from class 8. Some of us, we have been finished, and no one have been thinking of writing book. But Sarah has inspired us to write 2 books, yeah, from primary until today. This is a challenge to people like us, and those who have finished, those who have PhD, they have never think of doing it. And I saw the title of the book, The Seed of Unity. This is the thing that we are facing in South Sudan. You have given us the roadmap for us as South Sudanese to make sure we break away from tribalism. Then we call ourselves as South Sudanese, not a tribe. That I'm from Nuer, from Dinka, because we have 64 tribes in South Sudan. Yeah, and this is amazing. I appreciate that commitment. This is something will inspire the South Sudanese, those who are in school, those who are in primary, that we have our lady, the first lady, to write the book when he was in primary school. With this pure remark, I may stop here and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, the representative of SPLM in Kenya. We appreciate you for your words. And at this juncture, permit me to recognize the presence of Agwer Bior. Agwer Bior is an alumnus of this university, United States International University. He currently serves as a public relations officer and a peace advocate. He has also previously served within SPLM chapter in Kenya. And he is a very proud and alumnus of this university. He is also a member of USIU, South Sudan Alumnus Organization. So he's busy in South Sudan marketing and ensuring that the university legacy does not only stop at the time he graduated from this important institution. So thank you so much, sir, for being with us today. At this juncture, I call upon a community elder to come and say a word. Mahmoud Bol Mahmoud, you are please welcome to say hi. He comes from a community where Sarah hails from. So we are proud to have such a daughter. And for these reasons, we are going to give you an opportunity to say a word.
Thank you so much, MC. Protocol accept is remain as it is. So, what I want to say, it is not too long, but it will a bit long. Sarah, she came from a will community. We all know is among 10 states from our country. And this will community, for those who are walking across the country, you know it very well. It is a place of peace, whereby you can walk 24 hours and no one can disturb you. This is where Sarah came from. The reason why I'm saying that, it is not because she came from a will, but the book itself is talking about peace and is talking tribalism. That is why I bring the small story. And it is not a sin when I'm saying that. Imagine 44 President Barack Obama, a former president, when he was doing campaign from United States, America itself is saying Obama is from Africa. And within Africa, Obama is from Kenya. And within Kenya, Obama is from Lower Community. And from Lower Community, Siaya County. Every one of us here, whatever you are achieve something good, there must be a route you are coming from. If you do something bad, there must be a route from that you are coming from. And that is community. So, what I want to say there, all of us who are here, let us put in mind that whatever you are doing, whether it is bad, whether it is good, you will be know you are coming from where. So, to the Sarah and his colleague who are here in this school, let you people cooperate and do something good. When you do something good, the Kenya people, they will be proud of you, and they say that these people, they came from good community. Please, to the student who are here, cooperate with your colleague and cooperate with your lecturers. Otherwise, I will be no much to say. This is school. So many South Sudanese, they will be finished here. For example, we have Vice President Dr. Benjamin Bolmel was finished here, and we have Dr. Barnaba Bak, he was finished here. So, and so many others. And we were hoping maybe the president of our country, it will be coming up here. And that one, it will be good to this school. So I will finish there, and let us cooperate one another. And for those who are giving idea to the Sarah, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. May God bless you all.
Thank you so much, community elder. You know, the room is so blessed with important figures, and I will continue to recognize as we proceed with the event. So allow me to recognize the presence of a very important person, Pan-African scholar, Atian Kur. He has been nicknamed as Ambassador Atian because of his roles in the communities within South Sudan and beyond South Sudan. We are pleased to have you. We are also blessed to have diplomat James Byong Arop. Byong Arop is a diplomat of South Sudan that is based in Paris, and he has managed to be with us today. We are also pleased to, and after this, I request that you clap. We have a very important person, Dr. Anthony Onganyo. He is a professor within this university who has not just taught Sarah, but he also helped writing forward for the book. Thank you so much, sir, for honoring her effort and for honoring us to have your presence today. At this juncture, we have a very short program, and we are about to go to the panel discussion. So ladies and gentlemen, we have gathered here for the book, for the launch of 2 books. The first book is Seeds of Unity, Ending Tribalism in South Sudan. The second book is Beyond the Mirage, Discovering My True Self, that is based on a true story of Sarah's reflection on her journey as a young girl that has managed to move borders until she wrote a book in Kenya. So as we proceed with this program, I invite our brother, Duku, to come and say a word.
Protocol remain observed. I didn't know I will be invited to give a speech. Besides, I'm not as well used to following a written speech. As he rightly said, my name is Joshua Tom Lado Doko. I'm a diplomat attached to the Embassy of the Republic of South Sudan in Kenya. I'm going to be brief. You know, when Sarah came for her internship at the embassy, among the interns, she was one of the very active, very punctual, and hardworking. Then after she completed her internship, she came requesting for the presence of the ambassador, His Excellency Anthony Kohn, who is not here, to attend this day, launch of her book. She talked to me about the launch of the books, and I was like, really, Sarah? You are launching a book? He said, not even one, two. I thought she was joking. At her age, she is launching 2 books. And some of us, the only thing I maybe defended or launched was my thesis in school. And Sarah is already doing 2 books. Unfortunately, ambassador could be here, but he was invited to South Sudan, and that is why he wasn't here. But otherwise, ambassador could have loved to be present. And in our midst, the education attaché was sent here to represent the embassy. And I accompanied her to with the invitation of Sarah as a panelist. Myself, I'm alumni of Catholic University of Eastern Africa, rather. We used to come here a lot. We used to play games with, we used to come for games in USIU. I remember I beat them during our games with them. I played a darts game with Raj Demir. I'm sorry to say this, but these were the facts during those days. Otherwise, I'm very pleased that Sarah is launching 2 books. And the reason as to why it caught my attention to actually avail myself is because the other book that talks about Seat of Unity caught my attention, and as well, I wrote my paper based on the same. It is talking, mine was, okay, like I wrote something based on nation building, which is basically the same thing. And apart from being a diplomat, I'm a comedian. I go by the name Dr. Junub. For South Sudanese who are very active on social media, the Dr. Junub you're always watching is me. Sometime when I dress like this, you will never know whether I'm the one. I look too old in the content I'm always putting out there. And I have a program online that is talking about the 64 tribes of South Sudan. And that is why, despite my tight schedules, I must be here. I'm talking about 64, comically, I'm talking about 64 tribes of South Sudan on my videos. I'm a comedian. And as I was talking about those, talking about the 64 tribes of South Sudan, I realized there are other people who, when like through the comments, reading through the comments, there are people who are not happy. Some actually told me, my friend, it's not 64. I was like, really? All along we knew we have 64 tribes in South Sudan, but somebody told me, no. There are some communities that are left out. Then this will be the discussion for another day for, our leaders and technical people in the Ministry of Culture and that is in South Sudan. But I notice we are not supposed to be 64 according to others. There is a community called Ngepu. I don't know whether they are here. When you talk to Ngepu, they will tell you we are not 64. We are actually 65. And there is a community called Teus at the border in Eastern Equatoria. When you talk to them, they will tell you, no, we are actually 66, not 64. But officially, we are 64 tribes of South Sudan, and that is what I'm talking about. If you search for Dr. Junub, if you want to know more about our tribes, you search on my page, Dr. Junub, the 64 tribes of South Sudan. Some of the discussion, I'm a member of panel, maybe I will be talking about them later. But otherwise, Sarah, thank you very much for bringing all of us to, here together. And as somebody said before, she could be the first lady who is at this age to write 2 books. If I'm not mistaken, I concur with him. She could be the youngest author of 2 books in South Sudan. Otherwise, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts with you.
Is going to be our moderator for the panel discussion. That is a role he picked on himself to help Sarah succeed in this event. Other roles that he picked is a professor in this university that has taught Sarah. He has also helped in organizing this beautiful background that you see here. Professor has also helped in marketing of our books. And we are so grateful that you have helped her to this extent. And at this juncture, please, David Ezekiel, come and tell us more on tribalism and beyond the mirage, discovering your true self in the language of business, because books are also an investment. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you very much. Let the protocol remain observed. Thank you, Madam Atache, at the Embassy of the Republic of South Sudan. Once again, I'm called David Ezekiel Sabit, an SME. And then I also have a company called Agric Limited, and I'm the CEO. So I'm caught unaware. I want to change my voice because of time. I'm caught unaware, but I'm very grateful for our sister. Job well done. You know, there are many ways to unite people, and there are many ways to send a message about unity. It is not the word of mouth, but it is about what you do that brings people together. And I believe now she has united us. I am so close and a friend to the embassy, and I really appreciate the embassy for the great work they are doing and for always standing with every citizen of South Sudan. Why I'm saying this is because some of you are here, you might have never interacted with the embassy. But because somebody is doing something that is uniting us, that is why we are here today. I'm bringing the language of business into that, but what she's doing is bringing us. What you can be doing in business, whatever you are doing, I always encourage people in my company or through my network, please, you are an African in Africa. And again, you are a human being in the world. Wherever you are, your hands are not tied. Either being young or old, get out, find something to do. Through doing that thing, you are uniting people. One of my greatest product, or one of our greatest product in the company, that even has pulled the attention of Her Excellency Adud Salva Kiir to come and see what we do in KICC, it is because of honey. We import honey from South Sudan to Kenya and beyond, including hibiscus. Through that, she was able to come. I do not want to share my tribe, but it is very important Dr. Junub is here. It is good for me to open up. I'm from Yambio. But for you to come to know that I'm from Yambio, you must see the product that I'm selling that is coming from Yambio. You come from other part of South Sudan, do not rely on what is happening. You must have something to do to trade. We are changing the narrative now from being just professionals in the office. I'm doing aviation. So you see, and I'm also an SME. From being a profession, what do you do that can bring people together? My good sister here is having books. But at the end of the day, I believe the books are to be sold. That is entrepreneurship. So we cannot separate ourselves, regardless of who you are. I'm a pilot, but I have to sell honey to fund my life. You are a diplomat, but you must sell another thing. We have hibiscus, and we have tamarind, and we have shea butter. I like talking about it. But why can't we bring? What we want to do is we want to change the narrative of people. When you see South Sudanese, you think about oil, you think about minerals. What about agriculture? So this is what we are doing. So find yourself something to do wherever you are. Remember, I started by saying, regardless of where you are a human in this world, you can trade. I'm very grateful, and I strongly believe with experience that our embassy, South Sudan Embassy in Kenya, when you're doing something, they got your back. They will stand with you, whatever small you're doing. Do something, sell South Sudan out. Be that seed of unity. Do not wait for what your leader can do for you. I mean, even your parents. But have something that can be generating, that can attract in the presence of the people. It is through selling. Let me conclude by this example, which is a bit tricky, but it is to be said. Sometimes I see leaders, for example, Her Excellency, I love giving her example a lot because she took her time from South Sudan to come and see what we do. That is Honorable Adud. Some people are tattooing her photo in her body. Some people talk on the social media, either negative or positive, to attract her attention to come. But I want to tell us young people, that is not the way to attract the presence of your leader. But when you want to attract the presence of your leader, have something that you are doing that can attract the presence of the leader. You are a diplomat, you are whatever, but even at this diplomatic office, I had some discussion with the embassy. We need to have display of our products in all the embassies in the world, South Sudanese embassy. And who are the ones to do that? It is you and I. So take this from me. And I'm saying this is the way of uniting people by what you sell. My sister has united us today because she's selling book. In other language, it's called selling. She's selling it. So that's why you are here. So I believe that is the word of unity I'm to speak. Okay? We are diverse. Sell what you have. If you have fish, samagarobutu, minjuba, you bring it here. Somebody can buy. Samagarobutu is another tall fish like this, very sweet. But it is not here. You have kudra. You can buy kudra here. You can market it to the people here. They can eat. So this is the unity we want to speak about. Bring something from that corridor you are, from the 64 tribe. Thank you very much. Let the Lord bless you. I believe you have learned. Congratulations once again, my sister. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, like you have seen, there is something very interesting he said, that writing books is also entrepreneurship. So we need to support our entrepreneur in the whole by purchasing the books. They are outside. Just get 2 copies so that you don't miss one knowledge of our reflection and also things to do with tribalism. At this juncture, allow me to recognize and invite Professor Duncan Ojwang. Duncan Ojwang is a legal scholar that has shaped many of us, including Sarah. So Professor Duncan, we are honored to have you and we invite you to come and say a word to the congregation. As he comes, allow me to alert you that this event is under the coverage of South Sudan Broadcasting Corporation. It is on YouTube. If you need to follow them live, I will share the link so that we can follow them up and share with your friends that are not in the hall. Professor, sorry for that minute.
You mean sorry for the ambush, isn't it? Good afternoon. As you have heard, my name is Dr. Duncan Ojwang, Professor Duncan Ojwang. I taught here some years back. I work as advisor to the President of Kenya on justice and human rights currently. And the author happened to be my friend from my village back in Juba. And we also go to the same church here. And in the church, I'm one of our leaders. I keep telling Kenyans and South Sudanese there, don't worry, no Kenyan can afford bride price for these ladies. So your ladies are safe. Once they hear 200 cows, 150 cows, they are used to 2 cows and 3 goats, a cow and some chicken. But for South Sudan ladies, you need at least 100. And the taller they are, the more cows. Do you know that? So I'm very proud of that. Maybe just to remind you, I worked in the latest South Sudanese peace program in Kenya. I'm the one who named it Tumaini. When Excellency Salva Kiir came and said, we are tired of this peace negotiation in Rome. Remember, it went to Rome because the Pope went to South Sudan, kissed the feet of the president and told them, please, let us try peace. And it was a moment in South Sudan where all the faithful went to that service. So it was in Sant'Egidio in Italy. And then the Excellency President approached our President Ruto that we wanted to come close to Africa. And so we took it. And by the time we were taking it, already you know you are in the RR axis, revitalized peace agreement. I said, forget these European names. We want to call it Tumaini. And we had a big debate. We had Sumbeyo was the mediator, Ambassador Guyo. We had Mama CPA, who led the negotiation of the first CPA in Machakos. And we agreed that if this mediation is passing through Kenya, we need a Kenyan signature. And therefore, we called it Tumaini. You know what happened to it. It was the latest effort. It's still going on. But I still think I was not wrong to call it Tumaini. Because without hope, then the fear of the future can paralyze us. Those who survive are those who still have something to be hopeful in future. And therefore, we worked on it severally here in Glee. We were looking at getting the election, getting the constitution and all that, and that work is going on. Why am I saying that? When I was a student in the US, our teacher came with a very funny assignment. That assignment was for each student to pick a character they want to be. And then we will have what is called meeting of minds. So I think I said I wanted to be Wangari Maathai. Somebody said they wanted to be something. One student, an American Indian, picked a character from her tribe. And the day she was presenting, she started crying. Then I realized this is not just acting and character. Why is she crying? And she said, before I take this character, I had to go back to the village that is in University of Arizona and ask my tribe, because it is wrong to mimic the dead, whether I could do it, and they gave me the permission. But this is why it became emotional for her. There was one book written by this lady she was acting. This lady was a daughter of among the tribe. The tribe is called the Yaqui in Arizona. When the white people invaded the Yaqui, Pasca Yaqui, as a daughter of chief, a young girl, her father had died, she could see that their tribe would not survive anymore. And so she was scared that there will be no tribe called the Yaqui in Arizona, because by this time the Trail of Tears and the invention of the Europeans were killing them at an alarming rate. So what did she do? She went and befriended a white man who could write, even pretended to be married to her, because she felt, since we are going to be extinct anyway, we are going the dinosaurs route, a book to remain that there was a tribe called the Pasca Yaqui. And so with the boyfriend, husband, come the author, they were able to write the story of the tribe. 100 years later, we met the tribe. It was like the young people in the movie I like called Sarafina. People, all those characters standing up and talking and leaping and taking the country to the future. I want to remind you in that conclusion, in that movie, there is one scene where Sarafina looks at the camera and says, "Come on, Nelson, why can't I be like you? See what they have done. They have made me bitter. So bitter, Nelson. Nelson, yesterday I killed a man." That is in that character where she's talking in the mirror in the movie. Yesterday I killed a man. Did I kill him? No, I didn't kill him. But I wish he was dead. See what they have done to us, Nelson. They have made us hateful. And so hateful that there is no difference between us and them. Sarafina's dilemma speak of the dilemma when we fight for social justice without remembering not to be hateful. It shows us that even in doing the right thing, you can develop hate and end up being like the very people you are fighting against. Are you following me? Exactly. Sarafina has a better cause, clear cause. They are fighting for their nation, but she has developed hate. And so much hate that she's saying there is no difference between us and them. Let me remind you, in this journey of fighting for your country, that as you fight for social justice, don't develop hate, but fight for a nation that believes in fairness, believes in equality, believes in good future, believes in development, and be able to leap forward and forgive, be able to look at the future, just like Sarafina. And with this, I can see a youth swell. I can see the youth of South Sudan coming out. In fact, in the Tumaini, there was one musician that kept coming, young people singing. There is a time I looked at the Dean of Students here to give me the South Sudan group to come and sing to the people during your independence. Let me conclude by saying that just like that lady, the Paskayaki chief daughter, who wrote the story thinking it will be the end of their people. 100 years later, the tribe is thriving. South Sudan will thrive. Authors keep saying your story. Keep saying your story. They are powerful. They hate them because it is like a protest, a hand grenade tossed in the wall of impunity to say that, you know what, you have messed this country, but you have not messed our souls. We shall rise again. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that note. That is very appropriate. We appreciate you. I'd like to read an excerpt from Seeds of Unity as we welcome the panel discussion. Interlude, a letter to my tribe. My brothers and sisters, I write this letter with love, with pain, and with the weight of responsibility that comes from being one of you. I am your son, your brother, your kinsman. Your daughter, your sister, your kinsman. The blood that flows through my veins is your blood. The ancestors we honor are the same. The history we share binds us together, and it is precisely because I am yours, because I love you, because your fate is my fate, that I must speak truths that will be difficult to hear. For too long, we have pointed fingers at other tribes. We have catalogued their crimes. We have remembered every wrong they have committed against us. We have built our identity partly on being victims of other ethnic groups. This narrative is not entirely false. We have suffered. We have been wronged. Real harm has been done to our people by members of other tribes. But this is not the complete truth. And clinging to partial truth while ignoring uncomfortable realities is destroying us. We must look in the mirror. We must acknowledge what we see there, not just the wounds we have received, but the wounds we have inflicted. Not just the injustices done to us, but the injustices we have done to others. This is hard. Everything in us resists this honest self-examination. It is easier to see ourselves as righteous victims than as flawed participants in cycles of violence and division. But until we can look honestly at ourselves, we cannot heal. Until we can acknowledge our own failures, we have no moral authority to demand accountability from others. So let me say what needs to be said.
What we are doing is a book review so that we understand. If you are interested to buy, there is more content in the book than what we are doing. So my colleague has covered the Seeds of Unity. And in the Seeds of Unity, Sarah invites you to answer some few questions. The first question she asks you in the book is whether you chose your tribe. The second question she has in the book is why you should hate someone for something that has been allegedly done by the grandparents. And it is being passed to you by your parents to obey it. Yet you have an opportunity to experience this person firsthand. The second question she asked, the third question she asked and invites South Sudanese to imagine a South Sudan without tribalism, a South Sudan with business opportunities that tribalism has blocked, a South Sudan that can acknowledge that education has a role to play in building a generation of peace and unity. As you buy the book, there is more to what I have mentioned, very fundamental questions that will challenge all of us, that the stories our parents have told us are stories that are informed by either their individual experiences, not society, stories that are either fueled by hatred, and Sarah is telling us, choose not to hate. You have a choice to love. In this Beyond the Mirage, a book of self-discovery, Sarah reflected on what every girl, child goes through, especially if you are a black or dark complexion skin person, that inflicted self-doubt on many ladies. In the book, she attempted to reclaim her worth. She acknowledged what it meant to live with authenticity. Sarah embarked on a journey of transformation without looking at the setbacks and stepping into better stones. In the book, Sarah has convinced us that there is more to prove to yourself than what you have to prove to the stereotypes of the society as an individual person. In the same book, Sarah has gladly celebrated the little wins she has gone through, and she has invited you that you have an opportunity after reading the book. You could also win the same, like she has won. And Sarah has challenged people that hold negative talks to themselves. You can only harm yourself, not what someone has said. What you tell yourself is important. So in the book, she has what to tell yourself. She has encouraged, and we invite you to buy the book. There is a lot in the book. Very beautiful color for people that love colors, and a lot of very deeply reflected thoughts that you might use to also write a book similar to this. It's a topic that is wide, and you could use this as your stepping stone. At this juncture, I will invite Professor Alex to take over the panel discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. All protocol remains observed, so I would like to go right away into a panel discussion. My name is Aleksi Ylönen. I'm a professor in the international relations. She's a founder and lead coach at GM Companies. GM Companies is a mindset training and wellness company. She's also a youth senator for Murang'a County in this country, at the Youth Senate of Kenya. A member of Amnesty International, important, of course, human rights organization. And finally, Grace is the operating director at Purpose Life Media House, whose vision is to empower the next generation of leaders. Welcome, Grace. And you can pick your seat since you are the first one to come here. Now, secondly, we have, of course, our dignitaries, diplomat Joshua Tom Duku from the embassy, and like we said, also a very interesting character in social media, right? He has his channel there and working with the 64 tribes, and I think it's very interesting that you also mentioned that we don't really know how many tribes we are, right, in South Sudan.
In this reflection, he thought it is worth to advance his skills that he attained from USIU into helping the vulnerable children, elders, and mothers, and the wounded in the war of Sudan. So he's doing a lot, and he has honored our invitation to be with us today. Ishaya is a MA student at the university in Kenya. So his professionalism does not only focus on peace, but also focus in youth development and across sub-Saharan African International Model United Nations, and he's also a Pax Christi International in Nairobi and Rome respectfully. So Ishaya, we are honored to have you, and you may take your seat in the panel discussion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And last but not least, I would like to invite my colleague, Dr. Anthony Otieno Ngayo, who is an assistant professor at the Department of International Relations here at USIU. And he's also has deep knowledge about South Sudan. So I think he's a very, very interesting person to have in the panel. And like we mentioned before, he also is the author of the foreword for Sarah's book as well. So thank you so much, Anthony, for being with us as well. Yes. All right. So this is our prestige panel, and I would like to just start with a very. Oh yes. Sorry, I forgot. I forgot that I should have, of course, had our main guest who we're celebrating today to be in the panel. So Sarah, but I just thought that we have a very difficult setup here because of the sofa there. But are you able to squeeze in the panel? Or would it be better? Yes. Yeah. It's a little bit. Yeah. That's why I got a little bit confused because of the sofa situation we have here. All right, so I wanted to start by honoring the audience, and especially those, because we have many students here who are not South Sudanese, who are very interested in what Sarah is doing and what we are doing here today. So I would like the panelists to first address the question, just to tell us a little bit more about the legacy of the painful liberation of South Sudan and how that ties also into the whole idea of what Sarah is talking about, which is tribalism in South Sudan, and how so what is tribalism in South Sudan and how it connects to this dilemma that we are still dealing with, which is building a nation, right? Building a nation, bringing unity to the country. And let me just say before I let the panelists answer, during a referendum time in 2011, I was doing field research in South Sudan, and I was interviewing largely the officials, notables in different ministries, different organizations, offices in South Sudan. And one phrase stuck in my mind, or still sticks to my mind today, after so many years, is that I repeatedly got the same phrase from officials. We have to get to know each other. We have to get to know each other, right? And I think this was one of those key phrases that still resonates today when we are trying to surpass these issues such as tribalism. So let me invite Mr. Joshua to start with. How do you see this issue of the painful liberation and the tribalism?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. When you talked about South Sudan, you have to deeply go back to 19th centuries or even beyond, during the times of Arab coming to South Sudan. And different authors have different perspective, different views on how the Arabs first came to the Sudan before South Sudan. And indeed, the people of Sudan suffered oppression since dated back to those days until came to the independence of the Sudan. You know, it is saddened me to see people talking about the first country in Africa to get independent is referred to Ghana. For me, this is misinterpretation of history. Sudan actually is the first country to attain, it's actually second if we are to consider Egypt as Africa. Egypt got independent in 1922. Sudan got independent in 1956. Ghana got independent in 1957. So you can judge who got independence first in sub-Saharan Africa. I think it's Sudan. And when we talked about Sudan, maybe they will exclude the Arab side, the Sudan, the Sudan side. But we South Sudanese consider ourselves, we got independent from British, the first in Africa, sub-Saharan Africa. Okay, therefore, coming to our question, would you mind to repeat the question a bit?
Yes, no problem. So, what is the legacy of this painful liberation, all these years of struggling for independence, and how does that relate to this issue of tribalism that South Sudan is still trying to overcome?
Thank you very much. According to my observation, I can say this: when South Sudan actually took arms against the regime of Sudan, the first liberation started 1972 or so, during the Anyanya. But now the second liberation in 1983, which took 21 years until the independence of South Sudan in 2011. According to my own observation, I did something similar to the question you asked. My observation is that as we got our independence in 2011, what we focused on as South Sudanese leaders, we focused on building institutions. All our efforts were geared towards building institutions. What I mean is, that is why we have the presidency, we have ministries, we focus our attention and resources on building institutions, forgetting that these things work hand in hand with nation building. We put little attention in nation building in South Sudan. What I mean is, there were no clear programs that will help us build our nation. And when I mean talking about nation building, I'm talking about different communities. Programs that will unite South Sudanese. Programs that will be put out there that will tell our young generation that we have 64 tribes, and each and every 64 tribes is actually a resource to the country other than being a burden. This is what we forgot as leaders to focus our attention and resources to. Two, also education, our education system. Our education system was not improved in terms that it accommodates everyone. It tells our young people that actually we have different 64 cultures that we're supposed to nurture and we're supposed to embrace as a nation. And finally, the issue of cattle raiding from one community to the other was not addressed. This is another factor that contributed to all this tribalism and hatred among communities. Otherwise, thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So let's have Dr. Ongaya also address this question.
Yes, thank you very much for the question. I got the microphone first, but I asked the microphone to be passed on to my left. for a reason. If you come to a home, you let the host start the conversation. They own the issue. They own the experience. And two, the question is very fundamental. We talk about ethnicity. I try to avoid the word tribe, and I'll explain later. And it's good that he started, because that is where things start. How people came into being. And that's a question that the book speaks to. Unity of what? Unity of a people. A people in a territory, in a space. Unity is about belonging. Belonging somewhere. Belonging as who? As separate or as one? So when it was started, what I call the Westphalian nation-state system, what we have here in Africa is a model, is a system of how societies are organized. So he talks about independence, and I say flag independence. When countries had flags, independence is another discussion. So who had the first flag from the Union Jack to what they have? So the model we are having at the moment in Africa reads the same, sounds the same, like the Westphalian model which came from Germany in 1800, when European nation states fought each other, killed each other, and when they decided to stop it, they organized themselves in territories which are relatively homogeneous, relatively, not purely. And then 1885, the model was transported or exported from Berlin to here. Then the place was divided, and Sudan is even divided into 90 degrees. If you take a protractor, you can see Sudan, there's a corner there with Egypt, is exactly 90 degrees. So that division tells you a lot. It cut people into pieces. It brought conglomerates of nations into one nation. Others were also cut into other nations. For example, Professor Juang talked about his affinity to another location there. Yes, I also came from the same place 1,000 years ago. That's where my DNA comes from. So that I allow him to speak first, to invoke the spirit, so we can speak about this in a proper way. But the question is the identity issue. And identity tied to the nation-state system. So the Westphalian was formed in a certain way, brought to Africa, and produces a different outcome. Are you getting it? So that's why when you say independence from who, and then what is constructed becomes completely different. So the focus, Nkrumah, who was one of the advocates of Pan-Africanism and independence, talked about seek ye first the political kingdom, and all shall be added unto it. The focus was on the political liberation. That is just freedom and other things under colonialism. So if South Sudanese were focused on this, we cannot blame them 100%. These institutions were seen as instruments of how to organize that liberation, because then you can decide your fate. The question can be, how was it done? That's another discussion. But that focus also was relevant based on that context and that moment, because someone needs to come out of Khartoum. And for you to do that, you need these instruments, you need these institutions, which are relatively Westphalian model, not exactly what we have as South Sudanese. And South Sudanese is also a very complex issue, which Sada talks about here. As a people, which people? Very diverse, but still one. So we are entering into this mold called South Sudan, but the mold is diverse within itself. So is the structure talking about the whole, or the specific, or the part of it? So the identity question relates to looking at the total and the specific, the whole or the part. And the part talks about this diversity, the 64 so-called, which is a reality, and someone rightly pointed out, is one animal with many colors on it. But that's what makes it beautiful. And those colors are a reality. You cannot cut the black out of the white from the zebra. But that configuration was not captured well in the Westphalian model, which is not homogeneous as the European one. So the South Sudanese framework needs to capture that diversity because that's his reality. But if we use a Westphalian model to produce the same outcome in Juba, we are not getting it. Even in England, the English, the Welsh, the Scottish, the Irish have an issue there. There's a moment when it's United Kingdom, and during sports there's England, there's Wales, there's Scotland, and others playing differently. And there's also a time when we talk about Commonwealth. And the question is whether the wealth is common. That's another discussion. So those things are changing from time to time. But that's how the English dealt with their people there, which constitutes the United Kingdom. Now bring that to the model we have here. It's very complex. We are diverse. We are not a homogeneous society, even within South Sudan itself. But they're not very different. Many speak the same language. Even myself and Barack Obama speaks the same language as those who are in South Sudan. Yeah, so if you talk about whether people are one or not, what unites people then? What makes them one? I know there's some language issues, even what is Luo, what is Dinka, what is Nuer, even in naming of places, naming of people. You might not find very big difference as such. Even in the DNA, if we take a scientific test now on many of us, we'll check what is different in us and what is common. Hence, the book, in my view, as Professor Alex asked, then where did the pain start? Where did things start? So the structure of the construction of that nation state has issues, the foundations of it. But not to blame them also. John Garang did a lot of things. You know, he came to Kenya as a teacher, running away from Khartoum. Jaramogi Oginga Odinga arranged for him to be a teacher here in Central Province. There's Nubian people in Kibera and in Kisumu. There are estates called Nubian in Kisumu. Those were acts of solidarity, of that unity, solidarity to address the human question which someone raised here. But to come together, there's a lot of pain in the hands of the British first, then in the hands of the Arabs. And they paid us. The colonial architect, colonial logic, has its consequences. So that's what also we have to deal with. So this pain is historical, but it's also contemporary. But what we see in the contemporary needs to be understood in a very sensitive way. It's not a mistake of one South Sudanese group against another. We are, to an extent, a victim of something much bigger. That is why we need to address it. Pain has happened, but that pain has got multiple dimensions to it. Maybe if we start there, then we acknowledge the pain that we have gone through, but thinking about it from where did things start, or what went wrong somewhere. But don't blame those who were there before. What John Garang and his colleagues went through, you guys know it, unless you're not reading well. Yes, and even what happened to him is not explained until today. And it has some history. I don't know how much you are aware of these things. So that pain is even up to touching on the one who tried to say, let's go this way. He would have been around, I'm very sure about, until now. So the pain is even much bigger. And that's why we are disoriented. Because the pain, the trauma is very long. When we were in Kenya, the next thing we talk about is hunger. If we see our grandmothers and our aunties walking bare-chested, people are looking for what to eat. That was the narrative of people in South Sudan. Yes. The story of South Sudan is not about our people, it's about hunger and starvation. And then they are being framed as animists. That means God didn't create them. If you think they don't believe in God, then something's not wrong. But if in Genesis chapter 1, verse 27, where they say God is creates everyone in his image and likeness, How comes then others are enemies? Well, they are also a creation of God. And we keep framing ourselves within those terminologies, which is also creating this fragmentation and the pains that follow. And even today, we call each other tribes. In Europe, no one is a tribe, no one is a native, no one is an indigenous, no one is an aboriginal. Historically, if you look at those 4 categories, anyone called with that name is not human. Check the treatment of anyone called indigenous in Latin America, in Australia, in New Zealand, and in Africa when we are fighting, you know what they call it? Tribal conflict. In Yugoslavia, in other places, in Albania, in Eastern Europe, similar things happen. Even in England, English people and Irish people, what are they called? Not ethnic, not tribal. Those are nations fighting. But we are minimized. These 4 categories dehumanizes, minimizes the value of people, and we reproduce them by using the word tribes. Until now, we entrench it that a Dinka and a Nuer are completely 2 different people. Yet they are from one zebra color. But we are reproducing those frames, and those frames keeps on producing the pain. That's just my first observation in reaction to him.
Yeah.
But then the good thing is a young person is speaking to this question. And in the forward I mentioned a personal experience of pain. And I think that part needs serious attention, Mr. Alex.
Mm-hmm.
The painful part, maybe that's where we start to have a conversation. Acknowledging the pain of everyone, not one group. Because if you check any family in South Sudan, someone has passed away. So, and all those lives are important. So if that's the case, then the pain is talking about how can we speak about this pain? And then maybe in that way, we start heading towards the unity question, because we have unity in pain under the British, under the Arabs, and then the one playing us around. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for those. As you can see, we have protocols and South Sudan. But I think it's interesting just to illustrate the diversity in South Sudan. But at the same time, obviously we can see that we have several different groups who have a lot in common, living in the borders of the same country, right? And I'm happy that Anthony just addressed the issue of tribalism coming to a large extent from colonialism, and this idea of dividing people and ruling them, right? The British indirect rule, right? After that, the Arab overrule after the independence, or actually which started already before the independence, as the British were preparing very hastily Sudan for independence in a way where they were not really interested in any kind of viability of this country or that country at the time, right? South Sudanese were very much neglected in that process, and the British should acknowledge that today, right? And obviously then the so-called, of course, I also don't want to just say Arab oppression, because Arab can mean many things, right? But the state, let's say the state of oppression during the years of Sudanese independence and leading to the civil wars and so forth. So I think this map speaks to the 64 tribes, right, of South Sudan and so forth. But I would like to ask Sarah, your personal experience living in a country as diverse as South Sudan is, and now getting inspired to write about it. What really in your mind would be the sort of some of the remedies to try to bring people together? How do you see it? How do you propose it in your book? And also, if you have other ideas related to this that were not, how do you obviously, with your experience, how do you see this?
Okay, thank you for the question. Good afternoon, everyone. I will go straight away to the point, but I am honored to have you people here today, distinguished guests, and people of High Commission Court in Kenya, which is South Sudan Embassy, my colleague, fellow student, lecturers, and my fellow South Sudanese community who have this chance or who have already today make my day beautiful to pick at that time out for them to come here. It wasn't easy for you to be here, spend your own transport to get here in your different location. I am honored and appreciate that. Be blessed. So, and the question, I will talk about the inspiration behind this, the Seed of Unity, which you did ask me for right now. The book did not just come out overnight. The Seed of Unity, I started it in 2021. 2021, June 24. It was actually I didn't know it was something which is going to come into this extent. I started just to write about it, I went to a certain college. This thing happened in Juba. I went there to apply for nursing school. So, but then there is one thing about us in my country. Our tribe matter more than us ourselves. And that is one of the questions I ask my people in the Seed of Unity. Did I choose my tribe? Did you choose your tribe? Why would something that you did not have a choice to make about it matter more than what we call humanity? We struggled together from that 1991 to where we are today. We always said how we fought for 21 years, and that 21 years, now we become a country of our own, which is South Sudan. How better does it make, or how different does it make from how it was before in Sudan? Because most of us are still in pain, and that pain, sometimes, if you do not heal, it can make you bitter. And that is who we really are. And we can keep saying we need a good governance, we need a new nation, we need to build South Sudan when we ourselves are not honest. Because we can't fix a country if we do not fix ourselves. So I went to that college. I was told no, because I belong to a certain tribe. And then I started writing about that right away at that very moment. And I was highly disappointed. I started to say, I wish I was from this tribe. And then one thing told me, it's okay to be who you are, but what we can just change is the narrative of our people. For instance, right now, if I tell you as one of our people here, that what do you think we can do that to bring South Sudanese people together? They will say we need to come together. And if you ask the other person, they will say we need to come together. Why wouldn't that one person and the other come together and do what they think that it can be done? It is just a collectivist and not something that we need to. It is not a collectivist that we need to go and gather the numbers of people who are in this event today. It's just you and I. But you and I, we're not doing that. You and I demand, there should be something good. And do you have what you demand? This is one thing I say. And the inspiration, that is it. And I also, the most thing about this, it's for our people who lost their people, their loved one. Some of our people lost their children, the husband, the wife, the mothers. So these are the most people that inspire me to write the pen down. Though I can't do much, but what I can do in my capacity is the seed of unity that I'm bringing to my people. That I say, I see your pain. Even if I can't lift that pain, even if I cannot change something about, I will change something about it. Whoever believes will come and join me tomorrow, and we do this. It's not a competition. It's prioritizing our people. It's saying that it's okay to have your tribe, but your tribe is not bigger than you. It's okay to have your identity. We don't deny it. But what is most important thing? Do we question ourselves sometimes that whatever thing is happening now in our country, we play a big part of it? As young women and youth, are we doing our best? Are we doing what we can do in our own capacity? And then to just say later, leave about the government, because we will always say, the government, we should do this. And what I can say, if you reject the tribal things, and then you just say, like, whatever people say, you know this tribe is attacking us. It is not tribe attacking you. It is your wrongdoing that people are saying no to it, and then you misquote that to put in a tribal context, to mobilize other people behind you. And these are the people who are going to lose their... People from Rumbek, they eat people. Till I just went, I stayed there for some time, and I'm here now. Who does that? So for us as youth, please, let's play a big role. Stop depending your uncle when they are wrong, and pointing my uncle when he did something wrong later. That is not accountability. And this call, which has been trending on media, a good governance, coming together, it is being preached by youth who are not practicing it. I'm one of them. I'm not just saying other youth, but I am one of them. But then I say, let me do this if it will make a little bit impact in our people. So if there's something I did not capture, my book will capture it for you, please.
Thank you very much. Wonderful, wonderful. I'd like to also ask Eshaya a bit about. Yeah, are we able to pass the microphone, or would you like to rejoin here for a moment, or because of the image? Yeah. Because of your background, obviously, the Nuba Mountains, I understood, right? Very interesting, and very, very painful, terrible, at the same time, a terrible experience for so many hundreds of years and so forth. Right after the CPA, I had a chance to visit your area. In southern Kordofan, right? And I just felt like the Nuba people are the ones who have suffered the most, probably, in the history in the modern and the contemporary history of Sudan. I would probably not be wrong by saying that. They're the people who were caught in the middle, right, of all the big struggles in Sudan, right? So how do you see this issue of identity and tribalism, and how this can be overcome based on what Sarah has been arguing in her book, right? She has very clear points about how one might overcome those things. How do you see this from the perspective of the Nuba people who are in somewhere there in the middle, and now, of course, caught in the civil war in Sudan at the moment?
Thank you. Thank you very much for that question. It's really good. And I'm sorry that the Nuba is not put somewhere there. But yeah, where he's pointing.
Yeah, just across the border. And
yes, just up there. That's where the Nubian people are. But again, when you look at them, that is a contemporary location for them. If you trace it back, you will go back up to almost to Egypt. And it's sad to hear that the pyramids in Egypt are old and many. The fact is that Meroe pyramids are the oldest, and they are the Nubian pyramids. But the history in Sudan is whitewashed and does not tell the visitors, look, the original pyramids, and so many of them are in Sudan. That's where we could begin from, then go to Egypt. So you find people are well versed with Egyptian pyramids, and those are actually Nubian pyramids. They are not Egyptians. We need to speak who is an Egyptian. So there are sections. When you look at Egypt, there is a town called his name. They are black Egyptians. Those are Nubians. And those are actually the indigenous of that country. So intermarriages and the coming of visitors and settling there now makes up the Egypt. So I will not speak a lot about Egypt. I was just trying to speak of the Nubians, that where we were pointing, it is their recent location, but it started from way back. You can follow the map and find that these guys are from somewhere else. And now, another interesting about the Nubians and South Sudan. Let's speak of Sudan. I like the two speakers who spoke about Sudan. When you talk of that legacy, the painful legacy, it starts from there, and that's where Professor is saying in his thinking, in his thoughts, Nubians are the most people who have suffered. And it's true. When you fall from high, you fall badly. You really break. And Nubians, their history in South Sudan is not very, very far apart. At the moment, politicians are saying, geographically we are in Sudan. Politically we are in South Sudan. And why they say that is because of Dictor Garang in 1983. We are not only speaking of 1983, if we speak of some dates back, we would also see Nubians being involved, but very little. In 1983, that's when they increased in number in the politics in South Sudan. So the division, the painful division, is that it's brought by the English and Arab rule in Sudan. And I've always said these visitors who visited us in early ages did not have the interests of the people. They had their interests. They were not looking at the future. If we do this, what is the repercussion? What is it? What is that bad thing will happen in future? Which is now the divisions we are talking about. So, and when we are talking of this painful legacy, we cannot brush aside the religion aspect, the coming of religion. In Sudan, and that is what is almost happening in South Sudan, and that's where she's going to come in. I will talk about her work just later. It's very important to give this background. We have about 3 classes, and these classes are brought by the Arab rule. Before that, we had like 2 classes. There was the first class, which was the British, and then the second class, which was the Arab. And when I'm speaking about the Arab, I'm also including the Turks that were in Sudan. So please, there were so many other small elements which I am putting them under Arab. So you find that those 2 classes, when they left, especially when the first class left the British, the second class was left, which is the Arab and the Turks and other groups. Now, these also came and created the 3 classes I'm about to talk about. That the first class is when you are a Muslim and you are brown. That is the first class. What does it mean? It means you attend the important meetings. It means you sit in front. It means you have a bottle of water in front of you. I have said you are a Muslim and you are brown. And then there is, you are a Muslim and you are black, but you have denounced your Africanism. Your first name has changed to Muhammad, is not Kuku, or is not Deng, or is not the other one. That is the second class. You are treated as the second one. So that means you are able to be at the doorway of the first class. And then there is the third one. Interesting. The third one is that you are a Muslim, but you stick to your roots. Your first name is Kuku. Probably eat the pork if you find it on your way. You are okay. That is the third class. Then there is the fourth class that I did not mention. You are a Christian, and you are not okay. That is according to them. Because you're not doing what they want you to do. And now that's where the conflict comes in. Look at those guys on the other side. We need to deal with them. And the deal is not peaceful. It's violent. So you find these divisions have now gone into clans down. Because my uncle could be a Muslim and I'm a Christian. That is in the Nuba Mountains. And then also that happens in South Sudan. You look at the case with the collaborators. We call them that they collaborated with Arabs. When the Anyanya is coming, they leak the information. See, the infidels are coming. So that's where we speak. And when you look at those classes I've spoken about, they have food accordingly. You are rich. Your wealth depends on where you put. If you are in the first class, the one that I said you are brown and a Muslim, you have a car to drive. The other guy probably has a bike. So those divisions, like she's speaking, it's just not the issue in South Sudan recently. It started from there. Even now in our own governance in the states, we are hiding it. But the truth is that there's another one you see, you tell him, look, the other time you were with Arabs. And such conversation leak to children. Now they grow up knowing, we were told those were the guys who were killing us the other time with horses. When they go to play, in the playground, one of the kids tells the other one, do you know that we know your uncle was sick the other time? So these conversations are very ordinary but have repercussions. And now, what changes this? Where does Sarah comes in? I like it, he's bringing it from the line of education. That the change, why she has written this book is from a perspective of somebody who has gone to school. Now, when you look at the mentality behind the conflicts and the divisions, you will always blame them on education. I like the Kenyans. The Kenyans will really make it like it is going to be war tomorrow. And then from nowhere you find these guys have just come down. And you're like, what is happening? They will really make it like it's going to be too bad. And then from nowhere, everything is okay. What happens? You hear they talk, they spoke. There was a conference. There was a meeting behind doors. What is that meeting? It is somebody with knowledge. It's people who acquired knowledge. For us, we do not do that. And it is very dangerous because we do not have enough education. We are deprived of education for a very long time. We are just starting to know these things. If Sarah did not go to USI, she would not write this book. If she did not go to primary school where she started from, she would not have written this book. So it is the enlightenment, the knowledge, the education that we get. So it tells us it's very important to have education in every war-torn region or country, because it is the education that addresses these issues. You understand the religion, you understand all this. With the fact that I've spoken about how bad the religion in Sudan has divided us, through education, I know what it is. Like he mentioned, I'm a founder of a peace-building organization, and we are looking at the children. We are not looking at people like us. Me, myself, I need somebody who is carrying solutions in a bag to de-traumatize me. But the child, we are saying, if this kid is taught how to say 1 + 1 = 2, that is a mathematician, this is the same kid that can be told peace and solve problems. And when this child leaves class and goes to a house, sees the father and the mom violently talking or beating, and that child says, look, that's not what we are taught in school. I think that situation will be awkward between the mom and, because that is a child and she's telling us that is not what we learn. So that is what we are looking at at Mountains Path for Peace. And I like it that she's bringing it out academically. How do we solve problems? How do you know that your uncle is wrong? You know it through knowledge. It's the education that tells you your uncle is wrong. But if you have not gone to school, your uncle is not wrong. You support. Yes, and we take the lines. Me too. The other time when my dad was beating Arabs, if somebody asks you, why are you beating them? I'm like, my dad is beating them. I do not have an answer. I will speak for this for years. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for sharing that with us. And I've been told that we're a little bit pressed with time, so I would like to go to Grace. Obviously, in the Beyond the Mirage, it's talking about self-discovery, discovering your self-worth, and also this difficulties, what actually Shaya was just referring to when he was referring to the uncle and the youth. How do you reconcile with this? How do you think differently? How can you think differently from the older generation? How can you without challenging the traditions too much, respecting the social hierarchy, if you will, right? Respecting the culture. How can you change things? To your own self-discovery. How did you see that coming out in her book? And maybe of your own experience as well, as from your professional expertise also. So how did you see this?
Okay, thank you so much. My name is Grace Muroki. I'm a Kenyan, and I had the privilege to also be Sarah's publisher for her books. And one thing that really intrigued me during this journey with her, it's been 5 months actually since we began the journey towards her publishing, because it's not every day that you come by a young person, especially a girl who's so focused with school and is also thinking of advocacy, because whatever Sarah is doing right now, it's on advocacy. So before I even took up her work, I sat her for, I think it was more than an hour, and we were having that discussion, and I was interested to know what really, let me not say triggered you, but really drove you to share these things with your world. Because one thing that people do not know about an author, a writer is someone who is choosing to share their inner world with the world, someone who is choosing to share their fears, their doubts. They don't even know who will accept them. They don't know how it will be received. And so looking at Sarah's work, Beyond the Mirage, it was so interesting because one thing that she has addressed is a solution to all these problems. And from a psychological aspect, I look at her books as Beyond the Mirage is one that is dealing with the root problem from the inside out. Because I think there's an analogy that goes that you cannot clean a cup on the outside while it is dirty on the inside. Is it true? Is it true? Yeah, so what Sarah is really doing with this case with the South Sudanese, it's because, number one, I felt a lot of empathy and a lot of sympathy for the whole situation, because I actually found myself crying when I read the books. And one of the chapters that really caught my attention is chapter 8, where she talks about transforming setbacks into stepping stones. And maybe I can share something. She talks about, for a long time, failure felt like a personal attack, an undeniable sign that I wasn't good enough, that I had made the wrong choices, that I was incapable of succeeding. Every setback seemed like a door closing permanently, a confirmation of my deepest fears. But life doesn't work that way. I want you to see how she's thinking. Setbacks are not the end of the road. They are a necessary part of the journey. Every challenge holds a lesson, and every failure offers an opportunity to grow. The key is in how we choose to see them. And now, for me, answering that question, and maybe just to inspire you to get this book, because we've talked a lot about the problems. And you know, as human beings, how our minds are wired. The more you think about problems, you'll never see an end to it, because it creates a cycle of more. But what Sarah is doing, she's offering a solution. It may not be entirely all of it, but she has given, because every one of us carries a part of a puzzle. You understand me? Everyone carries something that will fill in. It's not entirely one person's responsibility. It may not be a politician's responsibility. It begins with you. And that is what Sarah has done. She has taken all her pain and she has allowed it to become a fuel for purpose. She has, because there's parts of where she has written about the trauma she has gone through and understanding something psychologically about trauma. Trauma can also be passed down. And maybe to share that with my own story, from a family level, I remember there's one of my grandma. Everyone, I know all of us have those kind of relatives where we are told, do not associate with this one. Maybe this one is a witch, this one will do this. I know we all have those kind of scenarios. And I tried to build a relationship to a point where I was doing it behind everybody's back. I would go to school because she was old and now she was partially blind. But everyone had left her just because of the what they feel about her. And I remember there are times I would leave school, walk, even if I was given transport, I would walk so that I take some long time, and I would lie that there was transport so that I go and see her, because I value humanity. Let me tell you, we might be here from different nationalities, whatever we are calling different tribes, they exist, it is true. But at the core of everything, I want us to know that we are human beings, and that one will never be erased from us. True? And so I remember when I used to go visit her, there's a time she got critically ill, because, of course, with old age, but there was no one. So I remember, and you know, with old age comes a lot of issues. This person wants to talk, there's no one there, I'm young, so she wants to speak to you from 8 p.m. till 3 a.m. and you're tired, but that is her way of connecting. I want you to tag along with me in this story. So I think that was in 2023, around November. She got critical. All her children were outside the country, and now people are calling you on video call. Have you gone to the hospital? You can imagine. And it's so bad because now she's almost dying. I was actually called by a neighbor. She's in the house. She had lost consciousness, but people are disintegrating from this person just because of the ideologies you have about them. And you see how painful it is. Little did they know that she was in her last years. Actually, she had months to live, and nobody knew because she still looked strong. Actually, when we were taking her, the minute she would gain consciousness, she was very talkative. She talks to the cab driver, she talks to the gate man. She was that extroverted character. And when she got back to herself, I never went to work for a month. And I didn't know that was the last time I would have a bond that I'll never have between a grandmother and a granddaughter. And it changed my life completely. And when we spent time with her, that was in November through to January. Then come April, she was getting fine. And so we had planned. She was like, I know Grace, you know someone who you've connected with until when you get home, when you have issues, she's the first person you'll tell even before you tell your parents if you have them or your close friends, because we had built that kind of friendship. And, you know, for one moment, she sat me down and she was like, Grace, you're so young, but you have seen me as a person. You have chosen. That thing made me shed tears, because by the time you connect to the core soul of a human being, I'm sure not every one of us here connects with people to the point you feel like this person is not connecting with me because I am an author. This one is not connecting with me because maybe I am a professor. If all these titles are taken away from you, who would connect with you? Who would stick by your side? Who would stay? And those are the questions that before you fight everybody, have that sense of humanity. And I think she was also the first person actually who would even wake up to sing for me my birthday in the morning by 7 a.m., even before my dad would know it's my birthday, for example. And so she died 3 days to my birthday. And the minute she passed away, that's when everybody now, their eyes were opening. And now in the burial, everyone is like, I wish I had told this person this. I wish I had said this. Like there's something I was telling Sarah yesterday. You're beginning a journey, and I want you to be fully present in it. Everyone who is in your journey, be fully present with them. You'll never repeat this day. You'll never repeat this moment. You'll not be alive 100 years to come. So you do not take that for granted. And not most of the time, we as human beings, we take for granted the opportunities and the things and the blessings that God has given us. So what I'm driving at is for us to change this narrative, it begins in the mind. It is all a mindset that has been passed down to us. And probably these people didn't know any better. Those who believed, these are belief systems, and belief systems are very strong, that have been passed from one generation to another. And probably those people passed down hate. Those people passed down bitterness. Those people passed down prejudice. That someone can sleep hungry and you have food in their house. That someone can lose their child, yet you can afford even to spare something small for them. And it begins with you as an individual, because we are thinking that it's a big politician who will come and transform everything. Someone like Sarah, that is a huge milestone which we are proud of you, and I also celebrate you. So to also conclude on the answer is, choose to heal yourself first as an individual. Sarah shares in her books a journey she has gone. She was speaking to me about so many traumas she has gone through, and I was like, how are you even standing today? These are stories that she has written since she was in, here we call it class 8, I don't know, it's the same. Okay, yeah, since she was in class 8 up until now. And I was wondering, at 24 years, right? Oh, I hope it's not wrong, I've mentioned your age. Yeah, but I was like, right now at 24, you've been able to forgive all those people. And there's something I normally say, until you reach a point where you feel like the only thing that is pumping in your blood is oxygenated blood, nothing else. Don't carry people, don't carry issues. Then you will live a very good life, and now you'll be able to inspire another person, because whatever Sarah is inspiring all of us here, this is a ripple effect that now we could transfer to our communities. Sarah is inspiring all of us who are here. Now if we live here and go do the same to the other community, you'll realize that now that is how we'll be creating change. Accepting that transformation and transitions, they do take time. So one thing that you can also do is accepting. Because one thing that Sarah has also done in her book, she acknowledged the pain exists. Because one thing that I can also get, and I'm careful to say, is there's the idea where we are getting that this tribe may have suffered more than this one may have suffered. And you know that when you speak like that, someone feels like, why do you think mine is less? I don't know if you get me. But the minute you accept that how I feel and how I experience life is equally okay to how you have experienced life, we may not agree, but it is okay. That is your experience. This could be this nation's experience. This could be this tribe's experience, and it is okay. So how can we integrate this? Because as human beings, number one, identity is part of us. That is not something that you can disintegrate yourself from. But now how we choose to also accept our differences, know that we could be of different opinions, but how can we journey together? We may not always agree, but can we tarry along together. I think that is what I can share from what I have seen from Sarah's work and also from my personal experience. Do not forget that at the end of the day, you are a human being. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very wise words, going back to the individual, right? To ourselves, right? I'm being told that we have time for 3 questions from the audience to the panelists. So please feel free to raise your hand if you have a question to the panelists. So we have 1 here, we have 2nd there. Anybody else? We have 3rd there, gentleman with a cap. So should we, or could we maybe pass this? Or oh. I'm also told that there should be an opportunity for the ladies because all 3 were gentlemen. So if there's any lady who would also like to pose a question. Yeah, students as well. You are very we are very encouraging the students. You have 1. Okay, so all right. So you will be the lady representative. So let's start from here, I guess, with the gentleman. So I'll pass this to you.
Thank you so much, Sarah. My name is. Okay, thank you so much, Sarah. I want you to be keen enough in my question. My question is, now you are talking to build the country. That's what you are talking here to the book. Simple question. What if the current government now saying that whatever you are reading in the book, it is not good, and they come out, they bite your old book and they can ban it. Will you continue or you will not continue? That is question number 1. Question number 2 is going to the old ladies of our country. You ladies, you are not in front with the man. You are thinking that the change in our country, it is the only man who can bring it, but it's not like that. We need you to be in front line with us. For example, here in Kenya, you have seen Martha Karua is on front line. Charity Gilu, there is a ladies who are died, is it 10 years ago or 5 years ago? I forgot her name. But most of the people, Margaret Wangai, she's the one who was building this country. Urufak, she's the one who fight about her. Now, as a ladies, you, what do you think that you are going to do? Will you leave this mess to the man alone, or you will be in front line with us? Your mindset, you think that if you have been married from Nuer or Bor, that is the change that you are thinking. But it is not that one. We need you to be in front line with us. Thank you so much. May God bless South Sudan.
Okay. Thank you so much, Mahmoud, my brother. I will first go with your second question. No, he stated that there are 2 questions. And I want to pick this question I might forget, but the other question I know in the back of my head. So it's good that you brought this thing out. And I always say it, like I've said one word before, that it is very good when change starts within. Within who is asking a question, within who is looking for a change. He should be a change person first. So, not objection, but I want to say that, like, as ladies, the way you are seeing, you mentioned Wangari Maathai and the person, like this is the lady who planted, who taught, like, inspire Kenyan about the environmental one. It's very good. But look at the back. Who was supporting her? Is it other ladies or there was a man that's supporting her? Because like there's one thing about our South Sudanese guy, you don't like us to be in the same level with you. You don't also want us like to compete. You look at us as a competitive. And instead of you cultivating in your wife, like cultivate the growth, the front line will never just come out of the blue. It will come from a man who wants me to thrive. I want my wife to be like this and that. I will work hard and say, I want to make my husband proud. But if you don't want me to be that person, you just see me like this, say, I'm going to make more money. And then from that, I will not respect you. When I will shy, I will outshine you. If you are my competitor, how am I going to cherish you as my husband? As my brother? As my friend? How can I do that? I cannot do that. This question should start with you. Say, I, Mahmoud, today, you know, I decide to support my wife, your wife. And then from there, you start a certain business so she will thrive. And then you will be doing this here. What do? She's in front line, you're in front line. If it's something now, you are a politician. If something needed a financial support and your wife having a shop like Mr. Diplomat, his wife is a very good entrepreneur. She has a shop in Kapoita. And now there's something that needed support and Mr. Tom does not have that. The wife will. Why? Because she's like he sees the wife as a partner, not competitor. Not just a wife. Thank you. So I will go to the first question, that if what I am doing now, and then if the government, the current government just come out and buy all my book and ban them. So I would say what I know about the government of South Sudan. It's okay to say what you said. But it is not okay to point the into some individual. And what my book is talking about, I did not mention anybody's name, but it is the central problem that we have. Even the people that I did not mention, they know that they have a problem. Yeah, and I'm not mentioning them. And nobody should have a right and say they want to come and ban the book. Okay? Why? This is our people. And I always said the government, it's there for the people of the country. That's what Abraham Lincoln says. So citizens are the most important people, and they are the reason why the government is there. There will be no government without citizen, and I am that very citizen, you know? Yeah. And I am also like advocating for these people who their voices are not being heard, who are suffering every single day. So even if not through the gun, it is through my knowledge, through the pain that I see from people's eyes, even in you. This is how I can help you. There is no any other way. And the government is going to celebrate me. They will love it. Yes. Thank you very much.
I apologize for breaking protocol even briefly. I know you have a response, but this is an encouragement to make sure that as we're asking the questions, this is a very intellectual conversation, so it pains my intellectual loving heart to ask if we can be as concise as possible, but for the purpose of also ensuring that we want to come back to the table because we've had a good conversation and we had a break and we're able to eat cake and we're able to eat food. So we need to have a good conversation and have a break. So if we can be as concise as possible as we're sharing our responses, that helps with faster turnover, and then we're able to have a chance to buy the books so that after we've talked, you're able to now go home with a book you're able to read. After you've read, you can now have the conversations with people. I hope I'm not speaking out of order, but please, by all means, go right ahead. And then the question here, the questions at the back, and then we can move over to the next section.
Thank you very much. I will be very brief because I'm conscious to the time. His number one question was asking, I just wanted to add on what Sarah already explained. What if the government rejected the book? Maybe collect all of them and ban. It's good to think that way, but our government in South Sudan, and we are representative of the government in Kenya. You know, the government of South Sudan, we have institutions that take care of this. The Ministry of Culture and Museum, where Sarah is addressing all this to that institution. There is no point the government will collect all the books and ban. Meanwhile, the government have institutions that Sarah is, because all this is what the institution, I mean the Ministry of Culture and Museum supposed to do. And Sarah is a citizen of South Sudan, and she is helping that institution to sell out the ideas that government need to put out there for the sake of nation building. Two, he talked about women and empowerment in South Sudan. You know, our president observed the 35% inclusion of women in all sectors, whether in government or private. For instance, how many vice presidents do we have that are female in the globe or in Africa? How many? In South Sudan, we have 2. This is what I can say in regards to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And maybe if I could pose this challenge or inquire, we're heading into the section where phone calls need to be made. If there's any way the institution of culture is able to continue this conversation in South Sudan and be able to acquire enough of her books and be able to share it, if they can be taught in classrooms to advance that conversation, I think it would be a very appropriate gesture. So if there's anyone we need to speak to.
Just a quick one on the second question. Sarah speaks to it in the book, and she was appealing to the position and role of women. And she used a metaphor of weaving, like a basket. First, all human beings come from women. Fact or not? No, you're quiet. No, they're not speaking. That's the first level of denial. When you're asking the role of women, it's as if we are denying our own existence. But the question was in the book, she was making an appeal to you, to the women question and to the youth question, the generational question. But the women question, I picked it as a metaphor because there's something about the woman. The life we have passes through mothers, whether you like it or not. The pain mothers go to give life is different from any other pain. Hence, when life is lost, the people that feel it much faster are the mothers. Hence, if we look at peace and reconciliation, healing, if we take that perspective, we might have another understanding. My own mother passed away a few years ago, but whenever we had a serious discussion, she tells me, my child, not calling my name, my child. And when mother uses that language, you know what it means? She's invoking the umbilical cord with the child. Even a very stubborn one will listen. Even a boxer will listen. And then he says, you've not gone through labor pain. That was always her first break to me when I'm saying something. And these days I always say, please hold on when a lady is speaking about something. It's not a simple thing of gender issues. Many African contexts, when solutions were found after conflict, it was people sleeping over it. That sleeping over it was consultation with the female person. Most wars stop when females are involved in them. They're the ones who will bring in sanity to the issue. One. And two, about the first question, I also was concerned about it to a certain extent. I was guiding her. I was also trying to see what message will come out of this book. Who will be the audience? Even I asked her to read something first, because there was something about governance. But how is it coming out? So that she's not being subjected to some other judgment. Yet the issue is very central to us. So if you read the forward, I mentioned things about the social contract question, the role of the state. In political philosophy, we say that people run away from the state of nature, where anyone had a right to be and do anything. And that state of nature was very dangerous. That's why we needed another power stronger than all of us to protect us. That is the state. So we gave up our rights to the state so that it takes care of us and mediates between us. A state is like a parent. You don't feed one child and starve 3. You don't kill your children. And if a child is crying, the parent responds. So if a South Sudanese child is speaking about an issue, the father and mother should just listen. What's bothering this child? That is a parent. And finally, when she finished the draft, I read it together. They sent me what they wrote. And I saw there's some softness, some simplicity, and some humility in the way it was presented. It should even be strengthened much more, but this level is also good because it's speaking just the simple truth in a honest way, which is not pointing fingers. And that's a strategy also. I don't know if, Grace, you worked with that. How do we tell things that are tough to talk about, that are painful to others? Academics write in a certain way, journalists write in their own way, but she's not a journalist. She's our student, so she's our product. But we are training her to find how to speak about these uncomfortable topics or even about pain. And that's the message we can pick from this. Now, and even to remind that they are here, we should even find a communication, send a copy to the State House in Juba. Put a bundle with a note with it, with the State House in Juba, to the Ministry of, all relevant ministries. Send the copies to Juba as a gift from USIU, from her. Because that way we also say there's something important here, and it's not about a person, it's about a people. And I think that is the powerful message from this. If someone would buy it and burn it, first they'll buy it and then you have a lot of money. Because once they buy all the publications, you have a lot of money. Then, Grace, you guys can do the second edition. And then we have a 3rd edition and 4th edition. But that will not happen. 3rd and 4th editions will come in the souls of people, as someone spoken here. Because it's very interesting that a small child decides to address a very complex issue. An insane person will start shouting. And the way it has been framed is very authentic, very humble, just saying what it is without pointing fingers. And I think that is the message we can take from this. And what she talked about, the human question, I know we have a short time now to discuss things, but we can have another time when there are some elements from this book which can be discussed in an academic sense. But the human question, South Sudan, the unity question is a healing issue. He talked about the pain. Ask us, all our research is about how countries are collapsing, conflicts. We do that study here all the time. It's about human question, especially valuing the other life. We cannot do partnership, collaborations, cooperations if I don't value who you are. Yeah. If it doesn't mean anything, if his life doesn't matter, then we have no way to start working together. first we have to validate the other person. And that validation also starts by validating and acknowledging the pain. That there's a pain experienced by that person, not the same as mine, but that's also pain. So each pain has a space on the table. And I'm pushing for this for South Sudanese. Let's put all our pain on the table. Are you getting it? Can we agree to put the pains on the table? Because then my pain is acknowledged, hers and another person's. It's the human question. Then we'll go into which structures can help us to deal with that pain. In terms of diversity we have, the structures we have, elements we need, the kind of leadership, the kind of how we deal with the power, how we deal with the resources. There's a lot of resources in South Sudan. If you then divide it, everyone will have something. And that's what I'm saying. The parent there in Juba can give food to all the children. That is the role of the state. That's what political philosophy is about. The social contract question, but also who guards the guardians by asking these questions respectfully. And two, caring for the people is the obligation of the state. That's why states exist. Caring of them internally and externally. That's what we are talking about. And I think the question is, how do we continue this conversation as a people? USIU, with my colleagues now, even there's someone from Juba, from Nubian here, two of them, but I'll bring you to Kisumu, both of you. They are from Nubian nation. That's very interesting because we never hear those things. We discuss things with each other according to how we have been framed. We don't have direct conversations. Africans talk to each other the way the British describe them, most of the Anglophone ones. People don't say, how are you seeing things? It's how what we read about them, the stereotypes, among other things. I ask your last name is from that region. Stereotype follows, the wall is built. And we want to run a nation like that, it doesn't work. It's direct conversation. So a Nuer, a Dinka, someone in Bor, someone in Yei, you get it. There's life in Yei, there's life in Bor, there's life in Bargazel, there's life in Siaya, where they're all connected. Are you getting it? But changing that mindset is the bigger question here. And I think we are also lucky that we find people willing to support. I didn't know, I just had her name, but I'd never met her. But she has texted me before. I didn't know this is the person. But it's nice to see that even from different parts of society, they see something in someone. And then people support it. And then that the embassy also came. My colleague, Lexi, when I didn't know what was going on. I know about the book from when I was teaching her, but thrown around everywhere until they got married. We grew up with something about education, 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 education. Well, I didn't know where this was coming from. But then I ended up also taking care of my mother. She followed everything I was doing. But there are things I learned in Europe. And I used to come to tell my mother, Mama, you are very advanced. How you are dealing with some issues here and child upbringing and many things. People are busy studying in Europe how to bring up children. People are busy studying, writing books on how to relate. Even just how to coexist with another person. People are very busy in Europe, even how to relive again. So I told Mama, you guys are very advanced here. You just don't know it. So that's what I'm saying. It's not about the book knowledge. It's what is in us also, invoking that. There's wisdom, there's experience. All those things can come together, especially lived experience in South Sudan. Everyone has pain here, I'm very sure. Someone has lost someone in this room. If we start like that and think through it critically, we'll start to think of what solutions will be. Because that pain will be intergenerational, but we can also put a wedge and the wheel stops turning, starting with us internally. I think that's where the power, invoking the power from inside to transform and recentering humanity. That's what I mean, busy with that idea. Recentering humanity is validating the other life. If we do that, then we start talking. Because otherwise, if I don't value life, how do we start talking? We are not equal, or you don't exist. By not acknowledging your existence, I invalidate you. And that's what can address these traumatic experiences. And I think this question you ask, it touches on many things, being put upon a little girl, but she's not little anymore. She's not little anymore. The idea is too big already. Some philosopher said an idea whose time has come, it cannot be stopped. And there are many of men like this. The question is just how to, the seed she's talking about there, we need to prepare the ground for planting the seed, have more seeds, and so that we start planting. And I think that's also what the book speaks to. Thank you.
A round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to take this time to ask if we can stand up for just 1 minute. If we can all stand up. If we can all stand up. In Africa, our culture of being able to sit, to speak, sit, to listen, seek to have dialogue is very helpful. Let us stretch. Those of us who are able to raise our arms up high, up high. I hope you will work with me. If we can raise our hands just a little bit, we can stretch, turn just a little bit. Let me be a little bit more visible. I'm not as tall as our gentle giants from South Sudan, so now you can see me. If we can stretch, we can stretch. And thank you very much. Please have your seats. Thank you. The end is in sight. I can definitely see it. I can see it. Can you feel it? I can definitely feel it. Can you feel it? I can smell the rain. The seeds of unity need to be planted. Can you smell the rain? Now I need to ask if we can have a question from here, a question at the back. I'll wrap up, and then we're able to move over to the section where we get to buy the books so that we can go home and have them. Yes?
Just sorry, but I would like to add something to our panelists, that you give us an opportunity to hear all the questions, and then you can decide for, because of time factor, that you divide the questions. If you have seen your colleague has maybe answered his question, we can switch that you answer the second question. Just for a minute, so we can all hear the questions, and then, yeah. So after him, the third person should ask.
All protocols observed. Good afternoon. I'm so grateful for finding myself in the midst of intellectuals, having a very high octane intellectual and social conversation. This is a privilege. I just have a question. I am very conscious of the time. So when you mention South Sudan to some of us people here in Nairobi, and the problems, the social and political problems, but the way some of us know South Sudanese, we only know them with expensive vehicles, expensive clothes, iPhones. For example, the latest Cadillacs and Nissan Patrols and V8s, you see the number plate, they are from South Sudan. The latest, the ones that are here. So there is a quote by Karl Marx that says that accumulation of wealth on one side represents, on one pole represents injustice and misrepresentation on the other side. Now that you South Sudanese people made a step and got your country off from the other Sudan dominated by Arabs, do you mind telling us, is my assumption that the wealth we see on this side represents an institutional and social injustice at your home? And do you mind telling us, where is this problem coming from, that we have a South Sudanese who can buy the latest car today, but also we have a South Sudanese who is there in the refugee camp, just even struggling to get food? Is it institutional, or is it social, or is it political? How does that happen? Because it is not very common. Even I think some of the citizens from European countries, when they see these things, it is which even them from their countries can't afford. It is, and then you go and read that there are people who are sleeping hungry there. It puts us in a very serious dilemma. So then the other thing, the dignitaries from the South Sudanese embassy, some of my friends in Kenya want to marry South Sudanese, and because they came from there, But now, can you use maybe cattle diplomacy and subsidize that 200 cows thing so that Kenyans can marry and reunite? Thank you so much.
Why would you ask them to devalue their women?
We are taking the next question.
Yes.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of us are in a great situation and are getting something from this conversation. So personally, I would not say it's a privilege. I had the tragedy back in 2013. I also experienced something sort of. Sorry. So back in 2013, I kind of happened to have been in a situation where there was war happening in the country, and I survived because of that situation where, let me just say, tribe. Somebody from my tribe happened to have been the one facilitating us to where we are. You see. So now, knowing that. Okay, I've healed, yeah. So the thing is, the whole issue of tribalism in our country wouldn't term it as something like a genocide. And if we termed it as a genocide, you look at even situations where the Jewish situation came in, the Nuremberg trials happened, the Tokyo trials happened, people were held accountable. But then looking at our country, this is something that has been systematic. Most of you talked about how we are born, and then we are told that these are our enemies. So and so are the people who are raiding our cattle. You see, so it's a systematic issue where we are all involved. Now, knowing that it's not a genocide where only the few individuals will be held accountable under state accountability in international humanitarian law. Now, we have looked at the country. I went back to the country some years back, and when I went there, I noticed that there are a lot of issues. How tribalism was clearly evident. How individuals were being selected on appointments that were not merit-based, but rather the appointments were made based on the technical know-who, not the technical know-how. People are not looking at the individuals and how they're qualified. They're looking at, is this individual from my tribe? What do they have to offer? If I put them in this position, would they help me? So all these things happened, but now I'm really actually happy that we are taking initiatives to try and address this issue. Knowing that Sarah Dutia has written her book, what I would like to personally ask her is, you have explored the issue of writing. You have decided to use writing as a form of political expression, expressing your ideas, trying to help the literate learn. But considering the literacy, how do you plan to go beyond this issue of using writing as a political tool for conveying the message? Thank you.
Okay. Now I will ask for integrity to guide this last bit. There was one more person with a question. Who was it? I apologize. Will you allow us just for this once? Thank you.
Thank you so much. My question is going to the panelists, and it's a little bit similar to what Mr. Ken has asked. To address the problem, we need to see the root cause of the problem, what is actually causing the tribalism. And we need to know in Africa, we are not the only country in Africa with tribes. Other countries have tribes, but they don't have the same problems that we do. Why do we have these problems as South Sudan? And we need to learn from the history. Similar things have happened in many countries. The genocides have been happening. And later, there was a nation building and nation healing, and these things have been solved. Before, when we look back to the history, during the liberation time, we were fighting as the whole country against the North regime, and we were not only the southern part, or the Dinkas and Nuer, against the northern Sudan. All other tribes were there, including the Nuba Mountain and the Southern Kordofan. They were fighting alongside John Garang. But after the independence, there came the tribalism. There were no tribalism before. If it was there, it was of similar cases that has happened, but it was small things. Now, my question is, does this tribalism come because of the resources that we have right now as a country and are being used by a few individuals? Because there's no Nuer that wants you to die, and there's no Dinka that wants you to die. And if we ask ourselves here, who is a tribalist? No one will raise his hand that I'm a tribalist. And the same thing is happening in the country. No one can accept that he or she is a tribalist. So where is this thing coming from? Is it the resources that we have that are being used by few individuals, and these individuals are being identified from few tribes? So that's my question. Thank you.
My co-MC is about to close, and I've seen I'm someone that is a bit, I acknowledge the presence of women, unless they deny themselves the chance. I've seen a hand that is fearing. Please just raise it up again. You are in pink. If I'm not colorblind, the lady, your question might be what we need to hear. She's sitting next to her friend. I'm talking about you. Please just ask that question. Or if not, pass it to the next. We need to hear ladies. It's your fellow girl that has authored the book. You can direct a question to her directly. Just any other lady that is confident enough.
Okay.
Yes, there's one here. And then we will come to you.
Hi, guys. So my question is, we do have Dinka and Nuer in Ethiopia, but I'm not sure if it's the same issue in South Sudan, or because like there is a genocide right now going on in Gambela. It's called Gambela. And I want to know if it's the same issue or it's different. I'm sorry if I'm mistaken. But yeah, that's just the question. Oh, I'm Melinda.
Thank you, Melinda. So we get to ask your question. I'm glad and grateful.
Thank you so much, MC. My name is Buata. I'm a student at St. Paul University. My question is going to my little sister. Of course, we grew up together. I will focus, I haven't seen the Seed of Unity, the book I haven't seen, but I will use the map as an abstract of the book. I will only focus on the Dinka and the Nuer there. Recently we hear about the malicious army and all those, and then the young Matianganyor will come and for white army. Now we have written a book, and you know I'm also a book reader. I've read a lot of books, including the South Sudan untold story from independence to civil war, many of them. And the one problem that I've realized is it's not because there are no book or there are no information to be passed, but is the authors really don't pass the message to the right people. So the question I'm asking is, the book you have written, do you have a message for me? You have for White Army, for Matianganyor? Yes, the book will reach me, yeah. But how do you intend your information to reach White Army and Matianganyor? Warn them that what the war you are fighting is not actually your war, but is being fueled up there by a little corrupt and greedy people just to pass it down, like you just said, from ancestors that we are fighting for. How do you intend your message to reach there? I would love to ask another question from the other book, but I think the time is against me. Thank you.
A round of applause for the questions. I believe our panel has the questions, so we're able to respond.
All right, thank you very much. This is just a lot of questions, and I will answer what I can answer, and I will leave what I cannot to my colleague. I will also ask the representative of the embassy in the name of Mary Nyaboch whether she can also take some of the questions. Okay, to begin with the first question, very first question that talks about expensive vehicles driven by South Sudanese, and indeed South Sudanese look expensive in other part of the world, and in this situation, Kenya. Meryl, they are also hearing that they are very much poor, and they are living in refugee camp. My brother, that is how it looks like. But from the perspective, or from the knowledge I know, you know, most of South Sudanese are outside the country. outside South Sudan. And let me give you this perspective. For instance, Kenya experienced, let's say the political situation that happened in 2007 escalated to a point where people get out of the country. How many politicians or business people who made money in Kenya that will send their families outside? There are many, right? Let's say the likes of Ruto, the likes of Uhuru will definitely send their their kids outside the country because of the political situation. How will you expect them to live outside there? Because they have the wealth. Some of them acquired the wealth long before. And we are not questioning who acquire wealth how. This is not the discussion here. Outside there, how will their family live? Of course, definitely their children and relatives will live big. Am I wrong or right? Right? In South Sudan, the same situation, where there are those who made it before even the war. They have the wealth. And there are those who acquired the wealth. I don't know how they acquired them, right? There's a situation in South Sudan, they send their family here. Of course, we will expect them to live big the way they used to live big in the country. The notion is all South Sudanese. No way. That is not the situation. If South Sudanese are also like other people, there are those who are rich and there are those who are not, go to Juba or visit Kakuma refugee camp where they are. Definitely you will know those who are driving big cars here or living lavish life here, it's because of their parents who made it even before the war. You know, during the war, there are those already who made it. They were in Khartoum government. They have the wealth. And there are those, of course, who acquired their wealth in a way, even myself, I don't know. But they will make sure their kids and family live a good life in Kenya. They even bought houses. This is what Kenyans and other people who view South Sudanese that they are all rich should understand. Okay. The other question is marriage. You talked about expensive, right? South Sudanese ladies are expensive to get married. Somebody like you will not afford it. And I remember a professor was talking about it also here. It is true. This is a situation even us South Sudanese are struggling with. You know, in Africa, if I'm not mistaken, it is open for challenge. You can challenge me. We are told we have, the biggest number of cattle or head of cattle are concentrated in South Sudan. That analogy, because when you go to that Dinka area, you see how big it is, right? Until almost north. Then look at Nuer area. Then look at Burle. Look at Toposa down here. Nyangatom, Jai. And you come to Mandari. All these areas I mentioned, even Lokoyalo Toko, Lopit Baya down here and Dedenya goes down. All these areas, these are pastoralists, the pride. 15 only. If I'm not mistaken, that is according to the conversation she put on social media. And she was advocating it should be double or triple, right? Just to make the others. Therefore, it's because of the wealth. Even to put it that way, it's just because of the cattle. And there's a debate right now to reduce it so that each and every young man of today in South Sudan, because of the economic situation we have, to charge at least a reasonable number of cattle. Our first vice president, who is now in detention, refused to collect, I don't know, almost hundreds of head of cattle for his daughter. He refused. He accepted, he refused. The debate was there. The uncles were furious, but I don't know what happened later. But he was trying to say we should reduce it at least to a reasonable number so that each and every young man will afford to get married. Otherwise, Young people will shy away because of this economic situation we're currently in. Then, let me be very fast to answer a question of appointment or employment is based on technical know-how. Correct. This is a situation the country is also grappling with. Let me give myself as an example. Somebody mentioned Kakuma and I felt he mentioned me because I partially grew up there. And I struggled with a single mother until I find my way. I have a very difficult also history, very humble background, until I found myself to Nairobi, finish school. Then when I finished my studies here, I went back to South Sudan. It was actually a very difficult journey because there were no opportunities. But I just decided, let me just go and find my luck.
Good afternoon. I apologize for interrupting. We need to try to be just a little bit faster so that some of the other panel can speak, and we need to be as concise as possible. If we're able to make that happen. Pardon me for this.
Thank you very much. Let me not go to that story. It is too long. But what I'm trying to say is, the moment I went to South Sudan, I met with this situation where you are recruited based on your last name. I have a foreign name, Joshua Tom. But now somebody will ask the last name. What is your last name? They want to understand where I'm coming from. The moment they know I'm Doko, this is from the other end of the country. We are always told we are from Uganda, and you are not even a South Sudanese. But all in all, ladies and gentlemen, this is a situation we are grappling with in South Sudan. I can't say it is not there, it is there. But people are trying, the leadership of the country is trying to actually do something about it. That is why we were recruited when a Minister of Foreign Affairs who decided now I need to recruit based on technical know-how, not know-who. That is why we came in. So this is the situation that is there. Then the last question, to be very quick. We do have Dinka and Nuer in Ethiopia. And is the situation similar in Ethiopia and South Sudan? You know, when you look at our borders, they are very quick. Nuer is that side. Some of them are in South Sudan, some of them are in Gambela. Anyuak are there. Some of them are in South Sudan, some of them are in Ethiopia. But Dinka, I don't think so. Dinka is within South Sudan. They are here. Therefore, the situation in Gambela are the Nuer who are in Ethiopia and Anyuak who are in also Ethiopia. You cannot differentiate them. This is the beauty of this situation. Then the Nuer who are in South Sudan are just similar, the same language, the same everything. Maybe, I don't know, I can give you to answer, she's from that community, Nuer. Some of them are in Ethiopia, some of them are in South Sudan. So the situation in Gambela is between Nuer and Anyuak, not Dinka. Dinka are not there. Yeah. Otherwise, thank you very much. And I think I've touched some of what I know.
I will be very quick to just add some few points on what he has talked about, the wealth in Kenya. And I will start with a practical example. A Luo wedding in Kenya is not like any other wedding in Kenya. If a Luo holds a wedding here, it's different. And we are not speaking about that. We are only looking at the cars. So I want to say this. Let's be very, very honest with the discussion and not base it on somewhere you would want to pluck it out that it is like that. Even in Kenya, And one thing, like, again, I would say that I like with Kenyans, they are not reckless with money. It might not be outside there, but most of Kenyans are very rich than South Sudanese. I might not have money, but I have an iPhone. You have a lot of money in your bank. I don't see it. It is the degree of recklessness that we need to speak about. Because I might have a very good car, but I don't have a very good house. So there are those who choose to live life. Bro, this is done. Building a house and doing all this, I have no time. Let me first begin showing off here and we are done. Right? So let us really not make it like there's too much corruption there. That is why everybody is driving. No, that is not the truth. If we are going to speak in that line, then let us say all the laws are very corrupt in Kenya. That is not the truth. And look at it, I want you to connect the law origin to South Sudan. It means this is something that is, people have it, their high level of living, all right? How many Kikuyus have a lot of money and they will never tell us that they have? They will look for 1 shilling. So that is the degree of recklessness I want to talk about. So let us not really make it like because of many things here, people are bad back there. No, it isn't the truth. So let us just have it that some people choose to live life. And like he has mentioned, some wealth has been acquired before the independence. And the human nature is that when you have more than me, I must put some wrong things about you. It isn't. It shouldn't be like that. So that is what I just wanted to add on what he's saying. There is this narrative, yes, that whoever is driving a big car here is a governor, is a person in the country, he's that. And really we tend to make them look very bad, that they're chewing people's resources. No, the Luos are not eating Kenyans' resources. Guys have big weddings because they want to, right? So if you begin counting all these things, even all of us in Africa, most Africans choose to leave some parts of stuff. And let us not make others look like, that's a trouble causer. On another point of...
I'd like to ask, I do apologize for the interjection. If we're able to have a final note, this is a very necessary conversation. First of all, I'd like to ask first to give Sarah a round of applause. And I'll explain why. Just do it blindly but by faith. A round of applause. Because this is a conversation that is so necessary and the people are here and people have the appetite to speak. And so that is one of the reasons why we are still here and we're still present. But what I will ask is if we're able to just have one final note or your outtake as the panelists to be able to respond but also wrap up. If you can do that, that would be very, very helpful so that we can now start the session where people can now have the book. I hope we have appreciated. I'm trying to now be just a bit American and asking if we can observe time just a little bit. I hope you'll allow me so that we can eat, if that is all right.
I think if any of them wants to add, I will give a chance to.
No, for me, I don't have much to say. I've spoken about trying to give insights into what Sarah picked in the book and what Grace also mentioned and a number of people. I'm playing a back stopper role to Sarah a little bit. So getting from her mind, how it's working, how the ideas are coming out. That's the role I'm playing. I'll keep supporting that together with my colleagues. I speak from her school now. This is very, very important. When this happened, I talked to the dean, we talked to our faculty. Everyone was very positive in the faculty group about this kind of miracle. It's not new. Lots of students in USIU do publish things. But from our department, this is very special. Those who have taught her are very proud of her. She was bubbling with ideas. You never know in these lecture halls, we talk to students, you don't know who is speaking things. The assessment does one thing, but sometimes people pick much deeper things and start to do things with them. And this is an example of whoever taught her. If you read these books, you'll see, actually you can see some of your modules in it. And that's the transformation we're talking about from academic point of view. So I see it from that point of view, and then in IR department, this is a subject that speaks to us. And me, I'm from political science background. It's now even my subject, how the states function. And that's why I was also very happy to engage with it. And the South Sudanese question is a big question for me. So it's another way of starting with it. And I see much more possibilities that we trigger conversation around this subject in ways that makes us to start having a honest conversation, but also being sensitive. Because without that, then this conversation is very difficult because of the pains we have talked about and also the kind of dehumanization that has happened from colonial times to the present. And then the fragmentation, we are in the diaspora, lives need to continue. But those lives are also shaping how we are looking at things. So again, what is South Sudanese becomes very complex at the moment because of this diversity, the diaspora experience, among other things. So with that, I think let's just see how to support the questions about how to profile or amplify this discussion. It's not difficult. First is to engage with those spaces. That was my political science advice. We need to engage with those spaces and people in those spaces. Some of this engagement can focus on shifting the mindset, and that one we can start with these conversations. Maybe this should not be the first one. I mean, the last one. We can have discussions within the community, organize meetings around that. Our department, our school can facilitate some discussions, very focused, and we can, based on experience from our colleagues, we can support or facilitate those kind of dialogues in a neutral way. We are not taking sides at our department. So if you want to have this conversation, we can think through, together with the embassy and also different communities, students or just community living outside Nairobi, to have serious conversations. By the end of the year, we have targeted certain groups and saying, how do we deal with this issue? And I think our school will be very willing to do that. Thank you.
Okay, we'll just have 3 to 4 words to say about my brother question before. And his question was connecting with my other brother question. It's how can this work? How can we reach people like White Army and Matianganyor? So, so like, okay, I would say, you know, there is no, okay, let me just put it in this content of you coming here. You wouldn't come here if I did not invite you. You came here purposely because I tell you, please come and join me, celebrate with me here. That's why you show up. Okay, likewise to White Army. White Army are not an army of their own. And likewise to Matianganyor. They are people who are managing this people. Is it an institution or, okay, we can just call it like army things. But I would say how we can reach them, it's through this, our big people. You know, like if you and I are peaceful, you don't have a reason of you sending your child and me sending my child to go and do something. Problem start with us, not people who are fighting. Its problem start with why are we fighting? Is it because we want to fight? I mean, because it's your people? No. So we will, in my capacity, I will do an official communication, like sending copies as my prop said before, and then also work it out to translate this book into local languages, and then to organize another book launch event in Juba. Yeah, and also like if it's not if I do my thing, huh? Yeah. So I will also take some few copies to institution, which is like University of Juba, Catholic University. They call it Strathmore, Upper Nile University, and there's another one. They call it something International University. Stafford International University, thank you. And also like a youth platform for advocating for this, also like someone like you also should be taking your part now. If you have a coffee later, take your part, preach it to the others. Also do your part as I do mine. that is in our capacity has used, and also like community dialogue, which I once organized when I went to Juba last year, and also like in a radio like iRadio and any other radios around, like a podcast. I will be able to talk to these people to at least like because these people they have a lot of languages like Arabic. People who can understand English will go with Arabic. The one who understand like, and also in the counties people speak in the local languages of which it will reach. I'm not saying I will do it tomorrow, but I am very sure that I will do it. This is what I can say to my brother and to my other brother. Thank you so much. For the sake of time, let me give it back to the MC, please.
Does the publisher have a note or not at all? All right.
Okay, probably for me, I'll wind up by giving a parting shot that it begins with you. It begins with you. The responsibility doesn't lie on an entire globe at large, but it begins with you, a step at a time, a moment at a time. There's something that I've loved, which Sarah has said, that she began this, but she didn't know where it would lead her to. And that is the beauty about beginning something. The whole idea is just, you start. If you have that idea, our brother is having something with the Peace Foundation. I'm sure when you began, you didn't know the impact that you would have done by now, and everything that all of us are doing here in your capacity. So all I'll just urge us on is begin. It begins with you. Do not feel like it's not working. Of course, I've heard Sarah came to me. It's by supporting how I can. Let's communicate, because if you don't begin something, you wouldn't know who will journey with you. You'll find someone who is not even related with what you're doing, but they have the capacity to hold your hand. So it may take time, the transitions, the change is constant, but let's just begin. Take a step at a time. We do not know where all these conversations will lead to, but it will make change a day at a time. Thank you.
Thank you. Round of applause. Now, I want to, I would love to observe protocol, to ask the family if they can share just a note, a very brief note in about 2 minutes. And then if you are able to then get to speak, and then from there we're able to wrap up this the session of conversation. I hope it is in order. Thank you. So I know the family has come all the way from Juba, and it would be a proper shame to come all this way, celebrate Sarah, and not be able to say something. I'd like to ask if there's one of you who can honor Sarah today in about 2 minutes. I do apologize. I wouldn't ask my mommy to do this, but I ask you to do this for us, please. If you can speak in about 2 minutes, that would really help.
Ladies and gentlemen, protocol observed. My name is Abu Garang. On behalf of our beautiful daughter, Sarah, has a family, has an auntie, has a mother. I just want to say thank you so much on behalf of the family, the administration of this school, University of USIU, the colleague of Sarah, sisters and brothers, and son to me, and daughters. We are so proud of you. We saw sunshine on our beloved daughter and son also. We hope for that in our nation, a small nation called South Sudan. We are hoping for our children to bring peace among us. That is the children, a seed of our womb, as our mothers and fathers. We need peace. Please, our children, and we are proud, Sarah. Congratulations, my daughter. And we hope for all of you, sons and daughters, to make what Sarah did today. We see a bright future in our nation. And we are crying so much, Sarah. You brought out something in our heart. That's God be with you and be with your brothers and sisters who are studying here in Kenya. We see Kenya as a second home.
Maybe to add something on what my co-MC has said, Earlier on, we honor women, as you have observed. And at this juncture, there is someone that Sarah had contacted to speak as her mother. So this person is our elder, a woman that we respect from the community where she comes from. She is also here. Mama Biar, we request you to come and say a word.
Saseni. Pole, utaongea tu na lugha najua.
I help translate.
It's difficult for me to use English, but I try my best to talk in Kiswahili.
I can help you translate.
Okay, hii ndio mzuri. Mimi naitwa Monica Biar.
My name is Monica Biar.
Umetoka huko Awil.
I have come from Awil.
Malo Aljernyang.
Molo Jerna.
Sarah ni mtoto yangu.
Sarah is my baby.
Sarah ametoka kwa familia yangu.
She has come from my family.
Na kitu amefanya leo umenifanya kuwa mzuri sana.
And what she's done today has made me so proud.
Labda watu wengine wanashangaa kwa nini huyu Msudi ameuse Kiswahili.
Maybe people are wondering why is this Sudanese woman used Swahili.
Lakini umekaa huko jia Kayole. Wanajua huko kwa Shash wako na friend yangu wa Kenya yote.
If you go places from Kayole, then you'll understand.
Yes, that is why umesema afadhali na use Kiswahili ndio anajua.
That is why I've decided it.
Bila umekuja hapo Kenya, umeanza na Kiswahili. Ulikuwa chumbi. Sasa ilikuanga ngumu pumbi.
It was very hard for me.
Kawaliza mwalimu. Sasa nataka Kiswahili ndio anajua. Sometimes watu wanasema mimi ni Mkisi.
There's people who sometimes say I'm Mkisi.
Wengine wanasema ni Mjaluo na hii yote iko sawa.
And all of that is all right.
Sarah, umefanya kitu mzuri.
Sarah, you've done a very good thing.
Juu hiyo kitu ndogo umeona hapo.
That small thing you've seen.
Wa family wakuja pamoja.
You've asked family to come
together. Ni muhimu sana.
It's very important.
Hakuna kitu nasema hii ni Nuer, hii ni Dinga, hii ni Shuluk, hii ni wako na gabaili mingi sana huko Sudan.
There's many tribes in Sudan.
Lakini sisi yuko pamoja.
But all of us are one.
Kitu umeandika hiyo wanaleta watu pamoja.
It is bringing people together.
Alafu pia mtoto kama unaanza utambea, hawezi utambea.
And then even as a child,
anaanza na kukorola.
You start by walking, you start by crawling.
Alafu anaamuka.
And then you stand.
Kesho utapata kama wanatambea.
Tomorrow you'll find the child is now walking.
Lakini mamake kama yuko huko watasaidia mpaka atambea pika mahali wanaenda.
But will your mom come to help you with walking?
Wewe umetembea, umeanza kutembea na mgoti.
You started with your knees, crawling.
But kesho utamuka utatembea na mguu yako my knees.
Tomorrow you will stand on both feet and walk.
Hiyo umenifanya
that which you have done.
Dumoya utoka kwa mshosha yangu. Meona kwa Awil Community Group.
You have made the whole community proud.
Kuna kitu ndogo ameniguza. Juu mimi ni mama na ni mzazi.
That has touched my heart as
na bila umeanza kuzaa meuma sana.
And from the process of giving
siku mtoto anatoka mama analia. Anasema kesho hawezi tena kuzaa. But after 5 months utapata kama amesahau. Anabeba mtoto wengine. But kitu umeandika hapo ameniuma kama mimi ni family.
Has pained me as a family member.
Juu sisi umetoka huko hakuna shule kitu naitwa hata mimi sijasoma.
Where we've come from there's no school so I
umezaliwa Khartoum.
I was born in Khartoum.
Baba yangu labda amekataa amesema hawezi kupeleka mtoto wangu msichana ataenda atakuwa za vitu vingine akuwa mlaya. Na mimi nataka juu napata ng'ombe mingi kwa huyu msichana. Huko kwa familia yenu hawezi kupeleka msichana shule.
So it is inappropriate to take girls to school.
That why umeka mpaka mimi hajasoma amepeleka brother yangu unakuata mimi.
But my brother was taken but I was not taken to school.
Bila umeona hivyo umesema afadhali napata nini? Napata bwana.
I've understood the circumstances.
Juu nazaa watoto wangu.
Find a husband to be able to start a family.
Ndio maana umepeleka hiyo ng'ombe ulikuwa wanataka, bwana yangu amepea.
Those cows.
Juu akona kijana ameuliza hapo, amesema wasichana wa Sudanese wana ng'ombe mingi.
Why Sudanese girls
yes.
parent a lot of cows?
Kwenu zamani hakuna kitu kama umeoa bwana.
In the past,
hakuna kucheza huko nje.
A husband was not to play outside.
Utaka bwana wako kama amesafiri amefanya miaka 5 miaka 6 utagoja mpaka akuje.
Work you as a wife, you'll wait for.
Sasa hakuna girlfriend na boyfriend.
There's no these jokes
kwa culture yenu.
Boyfriend in your culture.
Ndio maana lazima huyu msichana kama wamepata hiyo bwana, labda ametoka kwa Nwer, wanahesabu hiyo mala ametoka, wamepita mbele ngapi ndio akuja huyu msichana. Sasa ndio maana wanasema ng'ombe lazima utalipa 200, 300 na 150. Mejaribu kuja hapo, nasema asante sana Sara. Mungu na wewe. Hiyo njia umetoka, hawezi watoto wako hawezi kupita hapo kwa hiyo njia. Watasoma mzuri. Mtoto wako hawezi kulia tena. Alafu nakuambia fanya forgive us. Juu sisi ni family.
Asking us as family.
Kama umelea bila unaona, uja kupeleka bila unataka. Please find a place to forgive us and correct us like this.
And correct us like this book.
People wako hapo, asanteni sana.
Those who are here, thank you so much.
Umeshukuru.
We appreciate.
Shukran MC.
Shukran.
Utasimama tu hapo.
I'll stop there. Thank you.
The last person that we are going to have say something is the chair lady of women, South Sudanese women, specifically Awil. She is here. Please indulge with us. We did not expect this, but it's good to give people their due space. So just 5 minutes from your mother, or 2 minutes if she's going to be gracious with you. Please, our mother, Akongob, we request that you say something to the audience. Yes, you can actually, in fact, our country, we use Arabic and other local dialects, so you are free to use Dinka.
I may need to ask a volunteer. I might not be fluent in Dinka.
Habari zeni? Lekun nyali. Nyali apat. Kol. Okay.
She has just praised God. She is very pleased because of you who have come today, because of our daughter. She has become a uniting factor to all those people that have come from different tribes. And it is because of what she has done. If it was a bad thing, we would have not united here today. Realize that all of us listen to the same thing. I'm happy that you have all accepted to sit here the whole day. Because of the books our daughter has authored. She acknowledged the importance of the books Sarah has authored, and she believes that whatever Sarah has written, even if she has no capacity to read it, she believes it will be good for those people that can read it. She acknowledges the effort of the mothers accepting to come and sit here in Kenya even if they are not doing anything for the sake of their kids so that they can study.
ka jwa ja chu pol o ga mol ka jwa lo ke be kwa a chi lo ri ya ku ko ge ti ke ka lo bai pande a chu pol we wen ngo wen mit en chu ka pol rol kwan nam ke chu tia mo den mun a mo dit kwa lok ku na ore tin bu tiang de re lo ka le bu ka ken ke ti lo ten mo de ha le bu ka lo la ki na chu ka pol ben ku ye me den bo ku chu a chan man du te chen pye en nam chat ke ye ta chu wi bu ben jal bu mi ko bi bere che man ware o ka chen ka ngi ko to re so en ken di ngok ben ku pal ku ka jwe lo ku miet pu bu ke chit ken bo lo ke wo ye ri lo.
She acknowledges the efforts of women, even if to the extent of sacrificing the time they could have spent with their husbands. Their husbands are in South Sudan and they are here with the children.
Kaya na chin kidi den buglo la lejen buglo ko ga na ngot tan mi kwan ko ke chira chin ke pet chi ke chi sara lo ya kul chi o nyu ayo ku yo ga bi mandere bo ben lo be real ni ale chan ke nen ke chi men ku be ko ke pat ko ke chi ko wan ni ke pat ne jo ke che ke raje ne jo so ko du ne pe den che lo yin sara del kun bi ke ga te kin tapten so ni ale abu ko ke gin.
I encourage all other young girls and boys to embark on the same journey.
Kwa chi ko ko grande chi pon yop abu ngen ku du nen che lo ko ni apye kan kana.
And that Sarah, we acknowledge that you are now a motivation to the rest that are anticipating on doing the same.
Kuna chi yo gini chi tek dal raji chi mun ko ne mama biare lwelta. Karan chi tek dal raji jene nom chok so nom chi chi ne nom chok. Chi mama biar chi lwe won mit kun ba ka bendo diet a chi bendo dia. Kwa chi miet ku rote bin family du a cha war a chi ben dia kuna nan ken ye liu ka ba ko wa ter chi mama biar chi lwe won o ga che yat panabun nyira che yat panabun.
She's now appreciating the effort of educating a girl child. Ko mama zaman na chuo gal jor.
Na chin mishila ale betem ko wela miet ban lakin na chin ngo wet zaman ale betegi.
She's I just threw in something in regards to time and she has accepted to respect our time.
Na chin mishila shukran we acha kalej ban kunyal ye bo mung nim kwaran che ben dana bir nyal ye tek pe real bandi din buduk to duke pialgo ko koy budong ke pialgo.
All the kids, the students, the friends of Sarah, the colleagues, I pray that God will take you to your hostels and your homes as you go back later.
Shukran dun ban ban.
And thank you so much. Yeah, we have come to the end. If you are about to step out, you are going to miss a very important activity, which is a cultural dance from South Sudan. This could be your opportunity to see them dancing. Please, we request you stay and witness this.
Unfortunately, because we're trying to manage time, we would like to ask the ambassador to speak. After that, we are going to start the sale of the books. And then after the sale, we're able to release people to eat. That is the flow of events. I do apologize for time. And thank you so much for being as patient as you have been. Thank you.
As I invite the representative of the embassy, Madam Mary Nyabony. Mary Nyabony has come today on behalf of the Embassy of South Sudan, and specifically on behalf of His Excellency Ambassador Louis Kohn, who has delegated her. And the diplomat is the education attaché at the Embassy of South Sudan that is helping us in our different institutions of higher learning. She has also accepted to honor this invitation. Dear Madam, we are so grateful that you have come. Please, may you stand up for her. She is our guest of today.
Thank you. Let's be seated. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Invited guests, distinguished guests, all the community representatives, USIU Africa student representative, and all the panelists who are in the room today. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and privilege for me to join you today and to be a part of this wonderful launch book titled The Seed of Unity. And the other one is Beyond the Mirage. I'm so pleased and I'm so honored to stand here to represent and to speak on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of South Sudan. I'm here today to represent our embassy and to represent the head of mission. He's not here in Nairobi. He went for a mission in Juba. That's why I'm here today to speak on behalf of the Embassy of the Republic of South Sudan. I would like to convey our gratitude to our own daughter, Sarah, for inviting us to be part of this wonderful and amazing celebration. So thank you so much for inviting Embassy to be part of this event today. We are here today to celebrate the launch of the book. Before I go forward, I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the author of the day, my daughter, Sarah James, for this remarkable achievement. You have done well, and keep going. Congratulations. Congratulations. Writing a book is not an easy work. It requires a lot of work. Requires patience, requires commitment. And also it gives you a sleepless night in order for her to come out with this meaningful words. And today our daughter has done it. So can we put our hand together and clap for her? Let's appreciate her. So today, a book launch is not just a celebration. Make it to this day. And that's why we are here today, to celebrate her dedication. surround us. Through book, knowledge is preserved and passed to generations. Through book, knowledge preserved and passed to generation, from generation to another generation, through the book. Because a single book, when we read the book, it changes our mind. When we read book, it open doors for new idea. When we read books, it's open doors for new opportunity. Reading a single book, it changed mind, shape dreams, and also it will help the young people to give them critical thinking and creativity. This one all is through the book. So it's good we have book in our library. And this book today is talking about the unity, which is very good for all of us to go for it, to encourage the unity and peace among us. Book provides access to knowledge. Without book, we cannot be educated today. We have book first in our library, and then we go to school. From there, we get education through the book. So books, they are very important, and they are very powerful tools in our life. And also education. It's a key to our solutions. So let us all go to school. As I know all of us, we are students here, and that's why we are here. Let us go to school. Let us achieve our goals. Study, move forwards for you to achieve the goal. Because without going to school, Sarah cannot make it today to author this book. But it's because she went to school and she achieved her goal, and that's why she's stepping to another goal. Even us, let us study. For us to make change and for us to bring this unity that we are talking about, is through the education. Education is the solution to our problem. Education has potential to change the nation. So it's very important for us to have book. Today, we have added one of the more important books to our library. So I encourage all of you who are here today to support our daughter. By reading the book, by sharing it with others in our schools, in our communities. And may this book reach many people and make positive impact in our society. I will not talk long. I was given only 5 minutes to speak. I think it's more than 5 now. So I'm going to leave it here. We are so happy and we are so grateful to be here today. I would like to give thanks to the USIU Africa for the warm reception. We've been received by the Vice Chancellor and also Professor Alex. We're so amazed and we are so welcome from the USIU. We are so happy for you. So I was having some questions that was given to me to be answered from my colleague Joshua concerning the question that was asked by one of the students concerning the expensive cars that South Sudanese have here and the houses and yeah, those one. I'm happy that it was been answered by my colleague and also our brother Isaiah. It is you answered it very well. It's well said. So I'm just going to put some marks, some comment. Having expensive cars, that is what you have. If your pocket is enough to buy that one, you can buy it. And having houses or expensive marriages, in short, I can say this is our culture. It's referred to our culture as a South Sudanese. South Sudanese love to have those huge things because we are not. As it's been said earlier by Joshua that some people acquired their wealth earlier, and some people they just follow now. So we cannot be the same. And this one, I think, is not only South Sudan. It's everywhere. All the nations, they have the same. Even in Kenya here, we have some people who made it well to their life, and they are enjoying their life. And there is some people who are still in the street. It's not only South Sudan, so it's everywhere. All the nations, they have two levels. There is these people who made it and those who are still following. And they are still coming. They are not going to stop there. They are still coming. For example, my colleague Joshua, he grew up here in Kenya. He studied here in a very conducive environment. But me, I grew up in South Sudan, in a state called Upper Nile in Malakal. That's where I did all my primary, even secondary. Only the university that I went to Sudan, Khartoum, I did my university there. If you compare me and Joshua, we cannot be the same because he was in a very conducive environment. And me, I was in South Sudan, where there is war. We cannot be the same. It's the same way. We cannot be the same as all South Sudanese that let us all ride those big cars. No. We have to go according to our level, according to our background. Some people come to the very fortunate background, and some people come from very humble background. We cannot be the same. So please don't take it in that way, because I know there is another, they are going to translate it to another way, but not that one. We are not all the same. But those who did not make it, they are still on their way coming. There is an obstacle. There is an obstacle in our past. That's why we couldn't make it, all of us, to go in that way. But they are coming. You need to keep going. Keep moving forward. There is a say that was said by Martin Luther King, that if you want to reach something, if you cannot crawl, run. If you cannot run, you fly. But keep moving. Don't stop. Just keep moving. We are still keeping moving. Those who are still down there, you see them, they don't have cars. They don't have what? They are still coming. And tomorrow you will see them ahead of those who already have big cars. So life is like that. That's how it is. Today is not good, but tomorrow will be better. Yeah. So let's keep moving. Once again, let me say congratulations to you. You have done a very good job. Keep going. This is the beginning. There is also another question was from our community elders regarding ladies. I'm a lady, I cannot leave without giving a comment. You say that the ladies should be in front line. I think the front line means that we should do our level, or we should do something. I think that's the meaning of the front line. And the answer, the question was directly to the author. If I can say, if I'm Sarah, I would say Sarah is already in front line, because she made it to write this book. It's one of the achievements. If one is one of the role of the woman, yeah, that woman can do. So Sarah, she made it today, and she's already in front line. I don't think there is a man or a South Sudanese man who launched a book here. I had an opportunity some years back. I have attended two of the book launch, and they are all ladies from South Sudan. And this is the third one now, and he still is a lady. So do we still need that we express ourselves to go in front line? And for those ladies who are still in Kenya here because they are studying, for them to achieve that front line that you are talking about, it's for them to continue studying and let them finish their school. Tomorrow, if they finish, they will go and compete with the men there. Even they will come where we are now to compete with them. So we are all in that moment. We can say they are doing a very good job. As you say that, men, they are not only the men who are in front line. There is a saying that behind a successful man, there is a woman. Why they do not say behind a woman there is a man? Even you men succeed because of us. Eh? You do not make it with nowhere. You do not make it with nowhere. You made it because of the woman. So who has women, we are very strong. And this life today is because of the woman. So take it. Thank you so much for having me here today. I'm so happy for this opportunity. May God bless you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, our chief guest. Thank you so much for gracing our event. We request our panel to take back your seats as we go to the next, which is a celebration. You can maintain this. There's no problem. You may have your seats. We have come to the real deal. But before we conclude on this, allow me to recognize the presence of Nuer Students Association Deputy Chairperson, Rebecca Panom. She is with us. Allow me to recognize our journalist. Is the one in blue. He requested earlier on, but please accept our apologies. We are under strict university rules that this is a learning institution. Knowing that this is a Friday, it is a learning time. So we have actually interrupted a lot of things, and there are lectures that go on around here. It's an apology that we are about to pass to the administration. Allow me to recognize our elder, Garangdong. He has really nurtured this young lady that you see here. So, and up to now, you can see him. He's here. And a special apology to our community leader, who is sick, but delegated is representative late. And for that reason, we did not know that you are on the way. He informed us, and we proceeded with the event, with the program, that when you arrived, there was no good space to fix you. So the Secretary General of a Will community, the gentleman that you see, is called Walmatiek. He has been sent by our community leader. And we have SPLM Secretariat. They are just here. And all the people that have come, and specifically our mothers. Not to forget, we have a representative from Catholic University of Eastern Africa. He has also asked a question in form of his time to say something. So Malwaj, thank you so much for being here today. And all the students from USIU that have somehow sacrificed their academic time to be with us today. We are going to the auctioning of the books. My co-MC, please. We are about to transition to that, and I'm not so talented in that. She knows how to guide this process best.
It is now the moment that I've been excited and waiting for. How are you feeling? How are you feeling? I'm feeling good. I'm excited because we get to get out our wallets. I'm very excited. So now for the session, I hope the class that was here is aware that they're able to be excused formally. I just want to have that formal communication. But then now to invite, I'm aware that there's a need for the delegation to be able to head out. Just before we start, I'm curious, what do we feel is the value for some of these books? And I'd like to ask some of the students, what do we feel is the value for these books?
Per piece.
Yes, for both.
Okay, given the magnitude of the content in it, I think it's invaluable, but if I have to put a price, I'd start at 20,000 probably.
Okay, we've heard the first bid, 20,000. Let's round of applause, 20,000. There's another student. So that we say that this is an equitable conversation. If we're to assess the value, what would we estimate it at?
It's worth 50,000.
50,000, 20,000. That's the opening conversation, the value for the book, the value for the conversation we've just had. I'd like to open the floor to some of the delegation that is here. Are we able to make any commitments for 50,000? Any commitments for 50,000? So I believe we've been able to see some lovely arrangements around here. These very beautiful packages. Now, it's going to be a mystery box, if we can put it that way, but this definitely has some of the content, the value.
And we have 4 of them.
Yes.
There are 4 copies. And the 2 that we are holding, we call them premium. And it might be good that you treat yourself as a premium person.
Absolutely. So for the premium customer, our conversation is that of freedom. We are navigating a conversation of freedom. For our premium consumers, for our premium customers, you've enjoyed this conversation. You want to honor this commitment. You want to show that we're going to initiate the conversation with the Institute of Culture at Juba. You'd like to start the conversation at 40,000. Do we have anyone at 40,000? Do we have any commitments for 40,000 or higher? Oh, this is in-house. All right. Well, I'll let you go about your business. An additional commitment to 40,000. I know there's a strong commitment there. 40,000. Silence.
Maybe I can drop it just to reduce the price.
So maybe the package
any commitment at 30,000. Commitment at 30,000. I have removed 10,000.
Remove.
Any commitment premium at 30,000.
30,000 commitment. A 30,000 commitment, whether that is a pledge or a commitment of payment today. Do we have any friends from the embassy who can speak for 30,000? This is the friends.
Yes, we have many of them, in fact, in the embassy.
Yes. Thank you so much. A round of applause.
One has been taken payment, 30,000.
We would like to take this time to ask.
The Embassy of South Sudan has taken 1 premium at 30,000.
And
or we have the second one for the ambassador.
This is the second one. This is separate.
Thank you so much.
Now, Sarah, I'd like you to join me to appreciate the ambassador and the commitment to a 30,000 package.
The embassy has taken 1 premium at 30,000.
Thank you. A round of applause.
That is a premium taken by the Embassy of South Sudan at the price of 30,000. Thank you so much, the embassy.
Applause.
The education attaché is taking a session with a premium of 30,000, a promotion premium at 30,000.
Now, the ambassador has been able to speak, and on behalf of the ambassadors, they've been able to make that commitment. Is this 2 commitments or is this 1 commitment? Because we've spoken, okay. And we are happy to have the introduction to the Institute of Culture at Juba to be able to continue this conversation and have her books in shelves and in schools and in libraries. So we will follow up with that. There we go. We appreciate.
As we switch, we are going to the next premium, which is going to be devalued. You can devalue it for me. How do we devalue this?
We will need to comp in-house the additional 10,000. We've brought it a little bit low at 20,000. Is there anyone who can reach that 20,000?
At 20,000?
Here, here.
There's one person that has taken a devalued premium.
We have 2 buyers. Please, by all means, please join us at the front as we appreciate you. 2 commitments.
One lady has taken devalued premium at 30 or 20,000. People are competing over this. You can come.
Yes.
Join us.
I just want to mention something.
Yes.
So I'm taking this on behalf of the Student Association Cabinet. We want to support Sarah with 20,000.
Wow, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For the purpose of the media coverage, you can mention your name, and that is Student Association.
My name is Nicholas Amesue. I'm the International Student Representative in the Student Association Cabinet.
A round of applause. Hand over. the silence when a picture is being taken. 2 commitments, let us honor the second one. Thank you so much, darling. Another round of applause, because those were 2 commitments of 20,000.
That was the first premium for the embassy. It's very special. Please put it back.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Yes.
Pardon me.
That is a very special one. That's why we put it the higher premium.
Thank you. A round of applause.
She deserves this. Our guest, you may come just for the third premium.
A round of applause for the 20,000 package. Now, because we are very aware of the customers that we have today, people who are very interested in the conversation of unity, of bridging the gap and being able to correct tribalism, we would like to open the floor to any of the students who are willing to make purchases under 10,000
We are left with one.
10,000 shillings. There we go. A round of applause. We have a commitment.
Oh. We are devaluing it at 19,000. Not Coptic, we are devaluing it at 19,000. That is just a commercial break. We are devaluing this at 19,000. Any brave gentleman or a lady or any investor?
Well, I believe we have a buyer right here. I think I'd like to ask if we can meet them in
the buyer is saying they should not be devalued at 20,000.
On behalf of SPLM, in the absence of Mr. Wamorkong, we will step in as a secretariat to take the one of 19,000 on his behalf.
I have added that 1,000 to the 20,000.
Much. Another round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen.
So, thank you so much. All the premium has been taken, and now the floor is welcome. The media team, our guest, you may join the SPLM. SPLM is Sudan People's Liberation Movement. It's a ruling party for our country, and their representatives have taken one premium at 20,000. 20,000, I added one. Yes, that is a team from South Sudan People's Liberation Movement, Kenya chapter, that have taken one premium at 19,000 plus one. Thank you so much, SPLM chapter in Kenya, for your support.
Change is in the air. Change is in the air. We appreciate you for committing. Now, we've been able to have the premium packages. We now want to bring it closer to you in price. And I hope the premium clients can cover their ears for this conversation. I'm moving a little bit closer to the students. For only 1,500 Kenya shillings, only 1,500 Kenya shillings. The value for this book would have been about 3,000. We understand the students that we currently have, so only for 1,500 Kenya shillings for today. Do we have any commitments from the students? There we go, a round of applause. We appreciate you. There's a commitment there. Another commitment here. Thank you, thank you. I hope we are taking note. I will ask one of the ushers to join and be able to support. Is this a commitment to one or two? Because there are two. To one. Awesome. So please, if the ushers can come together, there's someone who's interested here, whether that is Mirage or Seeds of Unity, and if you're able to share as well, whether that is Mirage or Seeds of Unity. If there is an additional person interested, 1,500 is very reasonable. At 1,500 shillings, that isn't even the traffic. That is not your Uber from here to Rongai. At 1,500 Kenya shillings, the price of a train ticket, you're able to get a book that will change people's lives. 1,500 Kenya shillings. Any other buyer? Do we have another buyer? Do we have someone who's able to join us, another buyer? Just one more. We're able to have one more.
The person handling the confetti, you are requested to make your arrangements. We are wrapping up. The person handling the cake and the confetti, you are requested to come in front. The book is very devalued. Please just pick one or two, in fact. You can be brave enough. Reading is important. You know, reading is important, and anything you put on the book is more than the price you bought it. Just pick one. Just ask any person holding the books, pick one. especially seeds of unity and beyond the MIRAGE.
In about 20 years from today, we will look back and say, were you a part of the conversation or were you not a part of the conversation? Were you active or did you ignore? Were you engaged or did you not engage? Were you present? Are you in the moment? Are you able to say that you were a part of history in the making? I need to know if we have another buyer for the book. That is Seeds of Unity, as well as, oh, we have another buyer. Congratulations. Thank you. Round of applause. Thank you, thank you. That is very good to hear. Beyond the Mirage. Beyond the Mirage is how we reflect. After we've examined the nation, we're able to then look back within and say, as we're fixing without, are we fixing within? I need to understand, do we have seeds of unity and are we getting beyond the Mirage? Are we getting seeds of unity and are we getting beyond the Mirage? Do I have more purchases? For those of us who are going to be making the purchase, do we want to make another investment towards your ecosystem? I heard those representatives from Koya, representatives from another institution. Are we able to have them in on the conversation to buy and be able to have 10 copies in the library? Is that a conversation we can have? Is that a conversation we can have? Yes? Silence. Silence is consideration, I believe. Are we able to have, this is now the moment of phone calls. Are we able to speak with people, say...
And there is a very important person. This gentleman you have seen traveled away from South Sudan just to come and attend this.
Yes.
And I grabbed him from outside. Then you just purchased one. If he can do the same, why not you? He's called Albino. Albino Akon came from Juba, purposely to support her.
Yes.
Someone that is in Nairobi, we have not even spent 5,000.
And we appreciate
He spent over 50,000 to come here.
Bless you.
And we have seen. Maybe just for a second, he can tell us why he chose this path to come and support Sarah.
Okay, thank you so much for the opportunity. For the interest of time, I'm Albino Wall. I came all the way from South Sudan just to come and support my sister, Sarah James, in today's book launching. I didn't know Sarah before, but the title of the first book caught my attention. I used to see her online, but I have never met her physically. I said I must go and see Sarah physically and also to support her because the book is very important. It is a tool, one of the tools that we can use as South Sudanese to solve the problem that we have at home. That's why I came here. Thank you so much.
Now we have heard from him. You can also be part of this journey by just purchasing one copy at 1,000. We have dropped it again. 1,000? Yes. One person has taken it at 1,000. Where are the... Yes, 2 people have taken at 1,000. Another 3rd person to take it at 1,000. Yes, 3 people have taken at 1,000.
Thank you, thank you. And
another 4.
We have a commitment of 10 copies for the University of Koya. We appreciate you, so we will continue that conversation. Thank you very much.
So far we have sold 15 copies at 1,000. Please use this chance to grab it. Any other person at 1,000, you can buy for a friend. You can purchase for a friend. Someone is saying they are willing to pay in cash. You can also pay via M-Pesa.
As we wrap up, we are opening. This is not a wrap or the end of the sale process. This is just to say we'd like to transition to be able to observe the ambassador have a commitment. So we'd love to be able to get to the part where we eat cake. So For those of you who are still interested, need to learn a little bit more, the ushers are standing. There's some in the white shirts and some in the black dresses. Please feel free to consult. Please feel free to ask questions. And by all means, make your pledge, make your commitment. Are you actively in the conversation of change, or are you passive in this conversation of change? Please make sure that you're on the right side of history this time. Let us have this conversation. Let us engage, and let us purchase these books. We are going to transition over to the cake cutting session, and then after that, we're able to leave and have refreshments. But that does not mean the sale of books ends.
As we go to the closing remark, I invite Alor Beda to come and give us Alor, we request you to come and give our guests a vote of thanks as we prepare to arrange the cultural dance. Our guests are about to leave. They have a government delegation from Juba that they are coming to receive, so they deserve to be appreciated as they take their leave.
Protocol observed. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alor Beda Ding, and it is an honor to deliver the vote of thanks at the conclusion of this wonderful book launch. Today, as we celebrate the launch book by Miss Sarah James Doot, I would like to just say that a book represents a strong voice, a dedication, courage, and a deep commitment to sharing ideas with the world. Through this work, an author has given us not only a story, but also an opportunity to reflect, learn, and engage in meaningful dialogue. So first and foremost, would like to express our deepest appreciation to the Embassy of South Sudan representatives, specifically Miss Mary Nyaboy, who is the educational attaché, and also would like to appreciate the SPLM representatives from SPLM chapter, and then also we send our sincere gratitude to the leadership of USIU Africa, and our thanks also goes to the student leadership, SAC, and then our heartfelt thanks also goes to the panelists that are available, Dr. Anthony Ongayo, Mr. Joshua Tom L. Duku, Ms. Grace Muriuki, Mr. Ishaya Kuku, and also Ms. James herself. Would like to also recognize the grateful work done by the SSBC News team and other media teams, and then would also like to thank the moderator, Professor Aleski Eric, and then finally would like to also recognize and thank the family members that came all the way from Juba and the mothers from the Awil.
And a representative of the ambassadors to be able to come together to cut cake. I hope I am observing some of the team that is to be here. I'd like to invite a part of the student council or the representative from the student association here at USIU to be able to join us in cutting the cake and being able to officially declare this book launched into the world.
The SPLM chapter in Kenya, you are invited to join in cutting of the cake. The community leadership, the Secretary General, you are invited to the stage for the cake cutting.
Just after the session, after the cake is cut, we're going to be able to hear from the performers, and then after that, we're able to eat at our leisure. Thank you.
DJ, you may have something playing in the background. DJ, you may have something playing. You are about to witness a very colorful launching, and nothing stops you from cheering up. And as we wait for the music, we are about to do the countdown. We will start from 5 up to 1. At least put the better music, especially from South Sudan. You can hear them. Emmanuel Kembe. Emmanuel Kembe. The song is about to play connects with the books, and it is inspired by the things she has written about. That is why I played that special request. As it plays, I'm maybe at somewhere you may need to have your knife, and then we see as
Go,